So, this is supposed to be our last show of the year on the SML podcast. And Joe asked me to keep a lid on the language because YouTube is an entire tool shed when it comes to intro censorship. Son of a bitch. Wait, what the fuck? You're using that to censor my fucking language? So I can say your mother's a and it'll fly? Well then, your mother's a and your dad is definitely a and the things your bag sister did last night when she with the top turnbuckle, trombone valve, the can of creamed corn in the hostess, cakes, cut at a bias, and spinach dip, absolutely slathered in, asphyxiating, fruitcake, nozzle. Yeah, you heard that right. Anyway, this is the last SML podcast of the year 2022. So buckle in, insert this bite guard, grab a couple of cocaines, and prepare for a merciless ride through a few hours of nerditude, and have a happy merry, or a merry happy, or whatever the fuck you celebrate.
What's up, everybody? This is the SML podcast, and it is our end of year show.
That's the sound of 6 shooters being shot in the air because I'm in Texas.
Sweet. Yeah.
Yes, nice. We got a full crowd on deck tonight. In addition to the usual Jacob and Aki, we've got Tim here, we've got Kris here, and we've got Grant Henry here. Pernell will be joining later on in the show, but he's doing Rhythm and Pixels right now, which gets more listeners than us, so that takes priority.
Fair.
Yeah.
Just do both. Double podcast.
Yeah, he should. Like,
I mean, how hard is it to run Rhythm and Pixels? Is it as hard as driving to Best Buy?
You just have to work it out. You have to work it out so what you say is relevant on both shows, like at the same time. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
like,
turn it into like an
that's
ARG.
a very interesting observation, host.
I disagree, etc., etc.
Yeah, but then we edited it into like him saying like really mean stuff. Like
that is some relevant information.
I'm
guest.
glad Hitler's dead. I disagree. Wait, what, Pernell? How would you say that?
And then awkward silence.
Yeah, wow,
silence.
I approve show right off the bat.
It was only a matter of time before this show started praising Hitler.
Ah, man. I'm glad he's dead. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, really.
I'd say it was a good run, but no.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a good run at all.
We're still talking about Pernell, right?
Yeah.
To make sure.
Yeah.
There have been
I just want to point out there are at least 3 porn games on Steam that are about fucking Hitler. I'm just saying.
That seems low.
No, does he fuck you or do you?
I have no idea. I haven't played any of them because
sure.
no.
Joe, request some review.
You know, it's awfully suspicious that you know that there's at least 3 of them. So
that's just how many she has wish listed.
When you're browsing.
No, I've seen 2 of them pop up in games that have come out while I've been looking for porn games. And recently, when I was trying to find a Christmassy porn game to review, a new one was coming out. So
I'll bet you knew it was coming.
yeah.
Come on.
So, have you found any like really good Christmas porn games? Like, are there, for lack of a better term, any bangers out there? You know, Christmas bangers. Like any just top tier 10 out of 10.
Snow Days is the only one that I know that's wintry at all, and I haven't played it. But it's not Christmas.
Why didn't you play it?
Because I don't own it.
Oh.
Why don't you
Very
own it?
simple, yes. Because it's one of like 40 or so porn games that I haven't bought yet.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm glad she added yet as a qualifier.
Well, they
Yeah,
are on
that's
my
true.
wish list. Eventually, I will get around to either requesting them or buying them.
So how many did you request for tonight?
I only requested the one.
Oh, and you didn't get it?
No.
Oh.
No. Not unless you've ignored your messages and the person contacted you to
Oh,
see
no.
if I actually
I've
reviewed
only
for
been
you.
getting normal spam in the show email, not any porn spam. So,
Yeah, Lucky.
Then
yeah.
I guess the dev didn't contact you, which is a shame.
No, but we want a $50 Home Depot card, allegedly. I'm gonna
Oh.
click that link. Surely nothing bad will happen.
Yeah, just put in your personal information.
Yeah, they want a credit card
Exactly.
number. I could put mine in, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. It's only legit if they're asking for your social.
It is.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's good.
That's good.
I put the full digits in, right? And like click the unhide so I can make sure it's mine, right?
Well, you should read it out on the show just to make sure that you're typing in correctly.
It's the eye looking one, and then the backwards S thing.
Okay, so 1-5.
No, the
All right,
backwards
what's next?
S.
Oh, 2. Sorry. Sorry for all the pirates out. I mean, careful listeners out there.
And then the E looking thing. Yes, I'm just gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 before you catch on.
Oh shit!
You
Damn it!
dickhead.
Worst part is that I wasn't catching on.
I know. That's why I had to say it before anything happened. Oh,
Doing
Jesus.
good.
Don't worry, I didn't click the link. I'm not going to do it during the show.
Yes, we know that.
Yeah, he's gonna do it afterwards. Duh.
My gift card, not yours. Oh, man. So it is the end of the year. It is time to think about all of the games that we have talked about over the year and pick some favorites. Tim, I know you love doing your wrap-up things. What kind of subjects would you like to discuss for a year wrap-up?
Oh, well, I have a whole show for that I'm recording. I'm so glad you asked me this because I'm doing, unlike Pernell, who is not conscientious of scheduling, I scheduled mine well off of Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's actually next Friday evening, probably at 8 o'clock at twitch.tv/Xstrike Studios. And then you can find out all the things I like to talk about on an end of year show.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah. It's like our oh my God, how long have we been doing that end of year wrap up? Hold on. Let me do my
50 years.
since
It's been 87 years.
I think this will be the 15th show. The 15th end of year. We've been doing it since 2008. So
Wow.
yeah, so we haven't been doing it for 15 years, but this should be the 15th blank of the year awards as presented by various Xstrike and Fat Gatsby podcasts.
I miss when when Chris Huber was still on, we would do like blank of the year and we would pick a stupid sponsor for every single award.
Oh, you stole my idea?
Oh, no, this was years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was years ago, like before you were part of the show.
Yeah. Was it before 2008?
No. So yeah, I guess I stole your idea that I didn't know about.
Yeah, got it. There
All
we
right,
go.
cool.
Boom. All right.
So a stolen idea from Tim by Scotch Brite. Those two.
Yeah.
So 2008 was like, that was still iPod territory at that point, right? You were still dumping MP3s at that point.
My touchstone for when I started doing a podcast is that it was the year that Speed Racer came out, the Wachowski Brothers Speed Racer, because that was like how our second episode started was with us talking about Speed Racer, and it was our like favorite, some of our on the podcast favorite movie of 2008.
I forgot that movie existed. I think it's
amazing.
I think I saw it in the theater, but I just forgot about it.
Oh yeah, no, I've watched it a lot. Well, because not only do I love that movie personally, but it is a favorite of my child's, and so we watched it a ton when he was in the phase of wanting to watch like one movie over and over and over again for like 3 weeks and then move on to something else. But that got a lot of
Still
play.
in that phase.
I was gonna say my kids are currently in the with that phase with Trolls World Tour.
Oh, I hated it when he was watching the first Trolls.
Yeah, the second one is somewhat better, but I felt like a failure as a parent when I realized that this is how they got introduced to Curtis Mayfield. Like, I was just
cost?
yeah, I know. I was just like, oh my god, I'm a failure as a parent. Like, oh my god, this is how they're
And just in general.
Well, yeah, thank you, Aki.
You're very welcome.
But yeah.
Aki just
Speaking
out
of
of
Curtis
nowhere
Mayfield-
shit talking Jacob. I love it.
No, that's not out of nowhere. That's every fucking week. What are you talking about?
I mean, this
Actually,
episode.
it was kind of out of nowhere because I went to go give my grandparents' dog a treat and came back just in time to shit talk you out of nowhere. It was great.
It was mild at best.
I'm just looking through the Speed Racer cast, and I think this is going to be a holiday film. I'm just saying, we got Christina Ricci, we got John
Looking
Goodman, we
Fantastic.
got Matthew Fox, who apparently after Lost couldn't get another job because he hasn't been around for
No,
many
he's
years.
not.
Has he done
Yeah,
anything?
There's a new Speed Racer
knows.
movie?
He was in Vantage Point, which actually that might have been out while Lost was out. And then he was the bad guy in the Tyler Perry Alex Cross movie. So yeah, he hasn't been able to get work. Yeah. As you were saying.
I have
So is this
honestly,
the
I've
new
never seen
Speed
Speed
Racer
Racer. That's another movie that I have
It's
never.
on the Voodoo account. You need to watch it immediately, preferably while you're baked.
Well, then
like-
come up, get
Are we
baked with
talking
me, and
about-
we'll watch it.
Are you talking about the movie or the TV show?
The movie.
Yes. I mean, both are really
I've seen the
good to do that
TV.
with,
I've
but-
seen the original TV show. Who hasn't at
Okay.
this point?
Well, I was really questioning whether you had or not. So
Hey, you
I
never know.
love
There's
that
lots
show.
of media to watch and consume.
I can't watch everything. I try.
yes, you can.
Yeah.
I try.
You can watch
I only have-
everything.
I only have so many screens, and most of them are watching wrestling.
See, that's the problem.
You know, there's another way to. I mean, that's certainly a nice way to say that you just watch men roll around on the floor all day. But
Tim, how
Wow.
about Winter is Coming? How good was that fucking show last night?
It was fucking fantastic.
I'll bet winter
It was
is
so
coming.
Good. It was a lot of fun. It was another great AEW show.
I'll need to
so
watch
I just
AEW.
actually
Good.
on the wrestling tip, I just paid a man on Twitter $5 to get access to his Google Drive, which is full of like obscure 90s WCW and NWA wrestling shows.
Interesting.
Out of curiosity, do you know this person's first name, like actual first name?
Yeah.
Does it begin with the letter M by chance?
No.
Okay, all right. Didn't know if it was my former roommate from college.
No, he runs a Twitter called WCW Deep Cuts, and
He probably knows him though.
occasionally, I was turned on to him because he normally just posts like GIFs and shit on Twitter, but every now and then he'll be like, "I am opening up. You can pay for access to this archive that he has been building of just stuff you are never going to see digitized on like."
Oh yeah. Like my old roommate was like that. Like he had thousands of burned like DVDs of like matches and all this other kind of stuff. All these like wrestling, like he even got into like nitty gritty. Like here's some regional stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And what he was doing is that like I found out like this is how I found out that there is that underground market of wrestling DVDs.
Oh yeah.
And well, I had no idea it existed until he was my roommate. And he was like, he would just take packages to the mail, to our mail office, like every single weekend. And I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, this is kind of sketchy, but it was like, whatever. And then I found out that for over Christmas break, he ended up buying multiple external DVD drives for his computer. And he was just burning shit 24/7 over Christmas break, literally funded that spring semester.
Holy shit.
In like, we were out for like 3 weeks and he it was like $10,000 when he was done.
God damn.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound legal, and I'm glad you talked about it on the show because now it's evidence.
Well,
We're all implicated.
All I said was the person is M. Like it could be anybody, you know.
Also,
Martha,
statute of
who's also Batman's mother.
Limitations probably up. So,
Speaking of something that just recently went up, the Xbox winter sale just went live tonight.
Oh,
yeah! I got a notification, a system notification. It's like 48 games are on sale on your wish list.
Oh no!
Fuck yeah.
Sweet.
Oh no!
So I'm kind of fucked. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Hopefully, there's some good discounts.
Or you just
Hopefully
don't
they're
buy all of them.
shitty. I was gonna say, hopefully they're all just like 10% off, and you're like,
Shit, are you kidding me?
whoa,
Sorry,
save
but-
$1.80. Holy shit!
Sorry, I was like, I randomly opened, I just dug into one of these folders in this Google Drive and opened an episode of WCW Power Hour from 1992, and the main event is Stunning Steve Austin versus Ricky Steamboat, and
Holy
like this is the
shit.
kind of shit that you have this archive for, because there's just stuff like this hanging out that's never going to be digitized. That's crazy.
Especially now that the WWE network doesn't really exist anymore.
Yeah, that doesn't do well. It exists if you don't live in America.
Well, content-wise, they kind of checked out.
Well,
They're shutting it down in a lot of markets.
Yeah, eventually
what are
they'll
they
shut it
doing?
down.
You just have to have Peacock or what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they're folding
shifted
into
everything
Peacock.
over to Peacock. And unfortunately, Peacock doesn't give a shit about uploading classic content or
Yeah.
getting new content like WWE would do. Like, we're lucky to get one or two new like documentary style shows a year, or like a podcast a month with Steve Austin.
Yeah, it's just like very modern stuff. Because on the original WWE network, they were constantly uploading like old wrestling shows, like all the Nitros and Thunders and old Raws and like Superstars and like just old classic wrestling, and like they had some Jim Crockett tape archive they had. And then when they switched to Peacock, just all that shit went away.
Yep.
And so it's like, even if you didn't care about WWE and what they were doing, you wanted to have WWE Network because it had just all of this old wrestling, and you could search by like a wrestler to find matches and shows they were on. It was fantastic. And now it's garbage. But they got money from NBC.
Yeah, they cashed in, so they don't have to care anymore. They cashed in. They got rid of their digital rights and whatever else, and now NBC gets to deal with angry wrestling fans and ignore us.
Yeah,
They sold out, man.
Sons of bitches. That's why we watch AEW.
yeah, basically.
I wonder if there's enough alcohol to make me care about this conversation.
Aki, what have you been up to all week?
Playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. That's it.
Fun. So
I have a boring. All I do is play video games. What do you expect of me? Leave me alone. I have no gun club to
I was gonna say, and
build here.
And you've got like $1,000 worth of Gunpla pre-ordered.
Yeah, that's a problem.
yeah, that
You're
is
gonna
a
be
problem.
homeless next month, aren't you?
I might, yeah. Thankfully, Social Security raised just a little bit, so it's not helping much. But hey, a little bit's better than
you can eat
absolutely
one
nothing.
you can eat one ketchup packet at McDonald's a day.
Maybe I might actually be stuck eating nothing but ramen noodles for a few months. But
Sacrifices.
yes, it all
Sacrifices
is good
for the Gunpla.
for the exactly for like the 30-ish Gunpla that I'm getting. Yeah, worth it.
Oh, jeez. Grant, what have you been up to? How's things going in your neck of the woods?
Pretty good. Also playing games and prepping for MagFest, which is coming up, which I'm excited about. And I finally got to the point where like I've started to whittle down my Game Pass list, like my play later list. So I've started. You mentioned something about this winter sale, and I'm looking for it, and it doesn't exist. Like, where is? I'm searching everywhere for a winter sale. I got no email.
There's nothing on the storefront yet, but the prices are different.
Oh, okay. They haven't. Like,
if you have a wish list, check your wish list, and you'll see prices have changed. Like, it'll probably officially be announced tomorrow.
Right.
But when they do that stuff, like the prices officially change Tuesdays, but they go live Monday nights for sales. So they just go up early. So
cool.
Yeah, check your wish list.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah,
did you see the what Major Nelson is giving away tomorrow?
No.
Free Friday contest thingy. They're giving away a Rockstar controller bundle thing, which is really nice golden controller with a whole bunch of drinks of some sort.
Oh, it's that Rockstar. I was thinking
you were
GTA.
talking about,
This is
I know.
Oh yeah,
this is the
I did the
freaking
same thing.
This is the energy drinks in a suitcase. This is insane. I love this.
Yeah,
It's like
it
Pulp
looks
Fiction.
really nice. I am looking forward to attempting to win that because it looks really nice. It's very pretty.
Is it on
Where does
Twitter?
Rockstar?
Back in my energy drink days, I used to like Rockstar the most.
I was going to ask where it rates, like in the pantheon.
For me, tops. No, second to top because yerba mate is better.
Yerba
I'm
mate.
sorry, what?
Gayaki yerba mate.
I'll repeat that again.
I don't think I played any of that dev's games. I don't know who that is.
They need to come out with a racing game. It's true.
Yerba mate racing. That's amazing.
That's gonna be the most chilled out racing.
You just know, well, it's chill, but it's not chill. You know what I mean? Like you're just stabbing wet tea and
Chill but alert.
To refill your boost gauge or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I just posted a link. I don't work for them, so don't buy anything. But
Wait,
It's
what?
like-
Don't buy anything.
well, I dropped the link
We're
in
only
the
allowed
Twitch
to-
chat.
We're only allowed to buy things that Kris works at. So
Exactly.
wait.
Is it Kris approved or no?
Yeah, that's my favorite drink.
Oh,
That's good.
Well, then why shouldn't we buy it?
Because they need to give me money if you do.
Oh,
See, my favorite energy drink was Volt back in the day.
Oh yeah.
That's the only one I've ever liked.
Volt. Trying to think with that one. No, I know of Jolt. What was Volt?
Maybe it was Jolt. I'm not sure.
Or Vault?
Yeah.
I know. I think Coke.
V-O-L-T or
I think Coke
There's a
released
Volt energy drink.
VAULT. Is there a Volt? There's too many weird
Volt?
names. I don't know.
Volt was a citrus flavored soda that was first test marketed in 2005 in certain regions across the United States.
Huh.
Oh, that's Volt. I'm sorry. Volt is still there, but for some reason the Soda Wiki gave me Vault.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is yeah, it's a real thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's coffee, man. It's coffee. It's like black as midnight on a moonless night. Keep me from falling into the machines. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Blood out of is bean blood. That's what it is, baby.
I do still enjoy coffee.
So Grant, what kind of fun stuff are you going to be doing at MagFest?
Oh,
Have you been on since it was announced?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was like a couple days before it was announced when we were chatting last time because we both knew, but I couldn't say anything. But yeah, well, it'll be. I'm playing earlier in the week, so I can just relax and enjoy the weekend and see lots and lots of bands, and a lot of people I know are going to be there. My wife's coming this year, which is fun. She hasn't been since like 17, I think. So yeah,
Nice.
looking forward to it.
Metroid Metal will be playing. I am excited. When are you playing?
I believe on Thursday. I'm not 100% sure, but that's the plan. I believe is Thursdays. That is happening, and they'll be streaming it and everything. And I'm all excited.
What the fuck are you doing?
Sorry. Didn't think it would be picking up.
What the? Like, are you
Still-
cleaning cassette tapes?
Yeah, I think
No, I was opening up a Star Wars figure. I was gonna.
Isn't the whole point of that shit to not open them so that they stay worth a bunch of money or something?
That's fucking dumb. Like, I fucking hate leaving toys in the packaging because what the fuck's the point of a toy if you're not going to play with it?
that's said as someone who has a kid, right? I mean, I think it's kind of like I think having a kid probably undoes any of that.
Oh
Keep
no!
it in the box,
I was like this, but having a kid makes you say keep it in a box or
No. Makes you just get used to opening everything. I figured. I don't know. I got some friends that were used to keep them, but stopped.
I was like this before having kids, but yeah, like Star Wars stuff, I never leave inside the package. That's dumb. Like I definitely
like, to keep
when I'm
packaging for stuff, but like collector edition games, I'll open them and play them and enjoy them, but I'll keep the box and everything.
Sometimes I keep the box, like for the Droid Factory Advent Calendar. I'm going to keep that because it's obviously meant to display your holiday droids, which always feels weird when you're discussing it with non-Star Wars action figure people. Yeah, so I'm just opening up a multi-pack over here, and yeah, like I don't know. I mean, like I could leave them in the box. They're like the pack I just opened up is worth about like $75-$80. But
we don't have to keep talking about this. We could just keep talking about MagFest.
That'd be good. I'd rather be talking about MagFest.
Just turn Soren's eye of the podcast onto Jacob rustling over there, and now it's just rambling about it.
Of all the things that it did sound like, and you nailed it, Joe. It sounded like cleaning cassette tapes. Like that is exactly what it sounded.
I didn't know what
the
things you could. I thought I heard like tape being pulled. Scotch taping.
You did. Well, you did, because I had to open up the box and like it's on the side, it's sealed with tape. And so I had to cut that and then open up the box.
So anyway, Metroid Metal at MagFest. What day?
Good story.
It's happening. Only thing I'll say is I'm very excited because I got to pick the guy I want to do our sound engineer. It's my favorite guy, nice. Sound guy. We got a guy who Nate's redone a bunch of videos for it. We got my brother doing lights because he's going to be there because he's playing drums for WASD later in the weekend. And then we got a freaking laser guy. So
you got Christoph doing lasers.
Christoph doing laser. It's gonna. Yeah, I'm hoping that we just open a sinkhole on Thursday, and then then we're just having MagFest in hell for the rest of the weekend.
That'd be awesome.
That's my hope. We'll just get weird. So yeah, we're in practice mode, getting ready. So
that's badass.
I'm hyped. Yeah, I'm stoked.
I can't wait to see the lasers. That's cool that you're getting Christoph to do a laser show. He has some cool fucking laser shows.
Yeah, lasers. He was sharing about how I think it was a Makeup and Vanity Set is a electronic act, and he saw some of the stuff they were doing and got inspired and started doing his own thing, and now he's kind of like the laser guy for MagFest.
Yeah, he is.
Imagine being the laser guy.
The laser guy. I wonder if he just has a shirt that just says laser on it. You know what I mean? He's got those plastic glasses with the slits in them. You know, like he needs to dress the part.
I know what Mag.
Those are the perfect glasses for laser guy.
Mag last year did like a midnight laser show where it was just like a 20-minute long, lights are out and it's nothing but lasers and music. It was pretty badass. It was cool to see that at MagFest, considering it was still like no one was there. It was just like a room full of like maybe 100 people checking this out, and it was really cool.
That's cool. Are you excited, Joe, about the weekend?
I haven't been this excited for a MagFest in a very, very long time. I have a panel this year, which is cool. It's going to be fun doing a panel. Grant, you're welcome to join us on stage if you would like to join. It's going to be talking about MagFest and the early days of MagFest, and I'm going to be there. Tim, you are welcome to join. I know I mentioned to you that you're welcome to join if scheduling allows you to pull away from your other stuff.
Yeah, we'll fucking find out at some point, I suppose.
You still haven't found out your schedule?
Dude, they haven't even announced that I'm coming yet, so no, I don't have my schedule.
That sucks.
Content production started to get some of their panel stuff. I mean, we got to get into it. Yeah, I have questions about, I don't know how they've scheduled things the past couple of years, but yeah, it's maybe at some point, and then probably within the next 2 or 3 days, they will announce the X-Drake is coming to MagFest. Maybe, and I'll be able to officially talk about all the things that we're doing there. I guess it's weird. It's weird because people are asking about Name That Tune. I'm just like, well, yeah.
Well, they didn't announce it yet, so I can't say anything about it.
What is the point of waiting so long? Like at this point, is someone going to go? Oh, I guess MagFest is in 2 weeks, and the holidays are here. I guess I'll just reorganize my life and put a bunch of money on the credit card and book a flight and try to find a hotel. Oh, there's no hotels. Well, I guess that it didn't matter. They announced it so late. Like I don't get the. Yeah, I don't get like what's that about?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's weird at this point when you think about the fact that it's like, yeah, MagFest, they open registration and all the stuff for the hotels and it all sells out instantly. And then after that's all done, then they start announcing bands and shit. It's like, oh, this is what you're actually coming to see. This is what you should be excited about. It's like, well, wait, what?
It should be done backwards. Announce the shit before people go.
But they don't have all that, like, that's not like all organized and set until like October, and they have to do everything else ahead of time. Depending upon the year, I guess. But yeah, you'd think you would want to have like at least a few things locked down to be like, well, for example, this band, come to MagFest, this band's going to be here, this band's going to be here. They announce like 2 bands, a couple guests, and it's like, what are you doing announcing, Ellen McLean on December 15th. Is someone gonna be like, oh shit, like time? Why didn't I sign up for MagFest? It's strange.
It's kind of like, if you just think about a normal ass music festival. What if Lollapalooza started selling tickets in October, but didn't announce any acts until 2 months before the event? I don't know. It is strange. I'm sure there's logic there, but I don't. As a fan, I don't quite get it, but that's okay.
They don't need it because it just sells on its own, momentum at this point. It's the MagFest inertia.
They have to just buy a town. Like, can they just buy a city at this point? You just like, what's a city? Can we just, anyone know a city that could use some buying up? Some old derelict mall they could just install. It'd be like Mag Mall, and then just exist there, and plenty of parking and shitty hotel. I don't know.
I mean, there's
there's an Orange
Bloomsburg, PA.
At the end of the day, I wish they just picked things up and get everyone announced, so I didn't have to sit here and like be cagey about it. Just like, come on now.
Yeah.
But I also really wish I had like my panel times. But oh well. Like sometimes I don't have those until
it's pretty fucked up that we're less than a month away from the event and you don't know when you're doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be, like, you want to talk about, old MagFest. It used to be I found out my schedule when I showed up.
Oh yeah,
and like looked. I don't know if it MagFest 5, I believe it was. I found out about the schedule because they had printed out schedules, like they print out schedules when you found out about the schedule, and also there was two versions of it.
Yep.
One had my panel starting at like 10 in the morning. The other had it at like 11 in the morning. Like,
they'd fuck up and do reprints and be like, replace all the stacks. And then people had wrong schedules. Oh my God. Good old day.
Yeah. I mean, that was also the day when there was like zero chance of, the concerts for the evening started at like 8. And who knows, like what they had the order set, but who knows what time any band would actually start?
Yeah, I don't miss those days. It's like, oh, well,
no, I don't miss it at all.
We don't want to announce when bands are playing. That way, people will show up for the whole concert and not just for the bands they want. Like that's not how you do concerts, man.
Yeah, it's just like you'd have panel rooms just running so far behind, the concerts running so far behind. It was just like. I'm glad that things are much more organized and on time in that respect nowadays. But I do wish I had my schedule.
Yeah, that'd be nice. But I guess world premiere news is that X-Strike Studios will be surprised.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
shocking.
I signed a contract. They can't kick me out now. So yeah, X-Strike will be there.
Well, you didn't say anything. I did.
Oh my God!
And I just guessed.
From who leaked it? Who's the leaker?
I don't know. I'm not going to say anything, man. I'm not telling.
Dip it, Sean.
I'm not telling you shit.
Joe got the scloozy from somewhere.
CM Punk's going to be there.
But no, legitimately. Well, because so like one of the things that is going to be in the auction. I'll just talk about this because I keep meaning to send Adam a picture of it so we can hype it. Is like the charity auction is going to be the last chance to buy a sealed copy of the first run of River City Rumble. It is the last copy that I'm letting out of my house.
Ooh.
And it will it's also going to have one of our original production scripts signed by like me and Dave and Darren. Like it is taped together with yellowed packing tape. And that's going to be in the auction. You have to be at MagFest to get that. And there is surely some X-Strike fans that might be like, oh shit, that, I would, we have a lot of them in that area just because of like, that's where we used to go to cons. Someone might be like, oh shit, I wasn't going to go to MagFest, but if I can go bid on this thing, maybe I'll show like,
up on Sunday. Why not?
Yeah, maybe show up on Sunday. But yeah, because people always bug me about that original run of River City Rumble because we've reprinted it. There's reprints available at xstrikestudios.com, but it is the last original first run copy with the original cover and the original insert.
Is the cover and the insert the only difference, or were there other changes made to the DVD?
The label on the DVD. The content of the disc is identical.
Okay.
Yeah, it is purely aesthetics, but some people like the original cover, for collectors' purposes. Whatever.
I have the original.
So do I.
Do you?
Yeah, so do I. Like
yeah, because I bought like every single X-Strike DVD that was at MagFest 8.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, like I was just buying shit left and right, and Joe was just constantly like, "Oh, I know this person." It's like, all right, I'm buying your things.
I miss the days when
Different
I
time.
knew almost everyone at MagFest.
I know, right?
I miss when I had money to be able to just like, oh, I'm going to buy all your wares. Like,
I know, right?
Yeah.
Pre-child.
I remember one of my buddies saw Rule of Rose for sale at MagFest for $100, and they were like, I'm going to wait till it goes down in price. Like, you're going to regret
Uh-oh.
that so much. And they regretted it so much.
Turns out that was a deal.
Yeah. I wanted to cry when I went on eBay and I saw how much a boxed Earthbound is going for now.
Oh yeah, it's a lot.
What
is it?
Money.
It has to be something.
3,500.
Yeah. Okay.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Like when we moved, I had to sell mine to help fund us moving. I sold it for 500.
Wow.
So like my soul cries that I gave it away. For
Hey,
so
you needed
little.
that $500 then. You needed
You
that
did.
$500 then.
I did.
You can't look back. I've sold a lot of games that have continued to go up in value. I think Panzer Dragoon Saga is worth. I got plenty of money for that, but it's worth like at least twice as much now.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, whatever. I don't have credit card debt. That's what I always say. Just like I needed that money then.
Yeah. Without that,
It's
we
all
wouldn't
good.
be living where we're living. So
Yeah.
had to be done.
Woo.
Thank you, Earthbound.
Thank you, Earthbound. Music tonight. We're going to play music from Earthbound. Oh, man. So yeah, game of the year. What kind of games
right,
did
that
you
shit.
enjoy this? Like, let's go down the list. We'll just go. Aki, you're at the top of the list. What games did you enjoy this year? Aki's peeing again.
Huh.
Chris.
All right. Oh,
No, I was
Bingo.
listening to a porn song actually, but okay. I think my favorite one was probably A Plague Tale Requiem. I really like that series. It's really fun. My favorite porn game was hey, I played a few of them.
You
No, that's
Um,
great. Everybody should make
you.
their own category. They're like their own, personal category, and yours can be best porn game. I like this.
Should we play the SML After Dark theme?
Sure, do it. It's been a while since I've heard it, so go right ahead.
Take too long. Forget about it. Move on.
After dark.
Yeah, SML After Dark. There we go.
I think my favorite porn game was probably Secrets of Nadia, I think.
Mm.
And those are the two games that stuck out the most to me. So,
Chris, what about you? I know you were teasing a lot on the last episode that people had to tune in tonight to find out what your game of the year was, because I think you whittled it down to either Live Alive or Chained Echoes.
Ooh.
Well,
Ooh.
I
Chained
mean,
Echoes already. Oh man, I gotta play that game.
Chained Echoes. Well, I had mentioned before that it was like down to because we had been doing. Maybe I just was doing it. I don't know. But like it seemed like we were doing stuff like favorite overall game of the year, and then favorite game off the show and favorite game on the show.
Mm.
Yeah.
I know I did that at some point. So I had it like kind of narrowed down. Some of the ones that were real highlights for me on the show was Atari 50. That was really good.
Nice.
Wreckfest. That was a really good one.
I
Like
love
Blossom-
that game. That game,
It's a great game.
like I
Wreckfest is so
adore
good.
Wreckfest. It's just such a smashing fun time. Online destruction derby mode is one of my favorite things I've ever played in video games.
Nice. I still don't think I've even played the online mode. Like, I guess I played
You've got to do the online destruction derbies.
I guess I do. Yeah, I don't remember if I've played the online mode on that one. I know I sometimes will try, but usually because I'm reviewing a game, it's too early.
Yeah.
I don't really, yeah. But yeah, those are like two of my favorites. And then like my two favorites off the thing that I had to purchase with my own mega bucks was with that sweet not selling Earthbound money.
Shut the fuck up.
Was Darius Burst CS Core plus Taito / Sega Pack, which is literally the full title of that. But
Lord.
it's the Darius Burst I wanted the whole time on the Switch. Like I wanted the CS version, Chronicle Saviors, because it's the best one. I wanted the DLC. I purchased all the DLC on Steam because that was at that point it was on sale, and that's the only place I ever saw it on sale. But and that's what this is. It's Darius Burst exactly the way I want it with all the downloads. So perfect. And I also pre-ordered a physical version of that too. And then comes along, I requested it, so I knew I was gonna like it because I had already kind of scoped it out. But like Chained Echoes kind of just blew everything out of the water, and that's definitely my on the podcast game of the year for sure. And yeah, it's so close between it and Live Alive as far as like just my overall best experience this year. The only thing I can say is that I haven't beaten it yet, and I have beaten Live Alive, so I kind of don't want to compare them to each other. But yeah, like the other thing is that Live Alive's been around for like 30 years, so I'm fine giving it to Chained Echoes. It was released this year. It's new.
By
It's
like
not
one
remade.
person.
Huh?
By one person.
By one person?
Chained Echoes.
Oh, by one, yeah. Well, the composer's a different person. I know that because he liked my Turtle Metal video.
That Turtle Metal song is just beautiful.
It's great. There's so many good moments. I've been playing it since just the 2 days ago, and I'm still like discovering new stuff to like about it. So yeah, it has won my heart. It's I'm definitely going to beat it by the end of the break, and I'll probably have more to say about it then. So
Nice.
I'm gonna Chained Echoes was that thing was impressive. Like changed the game for me. Somebody who reviews like 200 games a year.
Like what stands out in that game that you're so excited about?
I'm gonna say it's just the thoughtfulness. I think that it's like the fact that it is very much trying to be something different. It's trying to be something like good, like genuinely good. And I don't like to throw the U word out there very often, but you know.
No.
Uh-oh.
Well, now I'm not going to.
Well, U words are going through my head. I don't know which one it is. So
Okay, unique.
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 Oh, I see.
But it
you.
also like it clearly derives it. It wears its influences on its sleeves. And I like that about it too, is that it's not pretending not to be influenced by earlier games, but it's not trying to be those earlier games either. Like I said, I'm really drawn into the story, but also when it wants to be funny, it's hilarious. Music's amazing. It's getting even better. Art is just incredible. Like I'm still stopping in new areas and looking around like at the backgrounds and stuff because I'm like, holy jeez. It's like if this game would have been out in the 90s, it would have been over for everybody else.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love this because I feel like a lot of games will just borrow from other games that they love.
Yeah.
And some games do it really well. And you go, it uses this from this game and this from this game and this from this game, and it works. And then sometimes they do it, and it's like, it just fucking steals this from this game and this from this game. And it's like offensive, right?
Well,
you know what I mean? And I can't ever figure out why. I can't figure out why I love it in some cases and don't like it in other cases. You know what I mean?
Well, and sometimes, okay, so this nothing against Undertale. I'm gonna get us canceled again. But
No, fuck Undertale.
Okay, fine. But Undertale very much wears its like this is actually Earthbound, but for the kids, like on its sleeve, right? And it's like all the other games that try to be Earthbound inspired do, but they don't realize that Earthbound is an inspired work of art that draws on its own, influences, which is like Dragon Quest. And like there's nothing about an Undertale or in any of those other games that you can trace back to Dragon Quest. You can only trace it back to what people have been saying about Earthbound for maybe like 10 years. So, it's kind of like one of those things. It doesn't go that deep. So like this game not only draws on Final Fantasy VI, let's say, because that's a big part of it, but it understands where Final Fantasy VI is also coming from, and it draws from that too. So like that's what I think is resonating with me in Chained Echoes, is that I'm like, this is a game I understand, and it understands me kind of as a person who's coming from the same place. Like all the games that the guy talks about on the website are like they're all games I've played and enjoyed, except for Xenogears, which I just haven't played yet. I have it, I just need to play it through it. But that's one of his influences for like the mechs, and some parts of the combat have to do with Xenogears. But it's like, I can play an Earthbound inspired game and know what's coming. I don't know what's coming in this game. I'm still like curious to what the very next part is going to do, because that's how much this game is like, it's surprise after surprise. It's like, what is the next thing I'm going to be wowed about in this game? I am so looking forward to it. So
I'm still just blown away by the turtle race. And
right. And
Tim,
that's
Grant,
just
if you haven't seen the turtle race, I linked to it in the SML Discord.
I'll set up the context one more time for you.
I mean, I'm just going to play it. You don't got to do anything. Yeah, I'll just play it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, not right now. Don't wait for me.
I was going to play it now. Like, if you have a way to play it with the audio to carry over, feel free to do it, so that I would love to have it on the show again.
No.
Or Grant, you listen to it. Just watch the clip. You need to just appreciate.
Wait, this isn't real, right?
It is real.
Are you watching it? Yeah.
What the fuck is happening? Is that? Did they write that for the race? Do you know enough about it?
If you listen to the lyrics, they're about a race.
It's like doing the best you can. Oh my god, it's a fucking Dillinger song. They put a Dillinger song in this like pixel art turtle race. I don't understand. Okay,
and
that is the whole game this irreverent, or is it? Because it doesn't fit. And I love it.
That's literally the only time you hear death metal in the game for the first at least 13 hours, because that's about where I'm at. The game has you play through all the characters as the protagonist, like Final Fantasy VI kind of does. Also a little bit like Live Alive, but it's not as filed away. Like, you don't start a character's like scenario or something. Like, it just organically moves from character to character, and you play through a little segment of their story. And there's just one guy's story is that he went to the fair and had a good time playing mini games. And if you race in the turtle race, like, that's the song that plays when the turtles are racing, and that's the joke. That the lines appear on the screen, it starts shaking, and then death metal song about racing turtles comes on
for 14 seconds.
Yeah, that's just one of like so many things in that game where I'm like, oh my god, they did this. Oh wow, that's amazing. So I will say the turtle song one is possibly like, it's a top 3 joke in that game. There's some jokes that I also really like in there, but I'm not going to reveal them because y'all got to play this game. It's $25. I also just dropped 100 on the physical special edition whenever that comes out.
Oh, nice.
Grant, you found out what Bandit's from?
Yeah.
How did you find that out?
I was like, what's the band that plays the Turtle Race song in Chain? SEO, bro. And it's it's this band called Zilf. They're like amazing. A mathcore band. They're like it's just amazing. Sorry, you just kind of blew my brains out. I didn't expect to hear that. It was very loud. It was wonderful. Thank you.
I wonder if
they have a Christmas song.
Wait a minute here. Oh, okay.
I'll put this in the Twitch chat as well.
Yeah, I just found them as well. Well, hell. I didn't realize that it was an actual band. I thought it was just the composer or something. I should have asked them, like I said.
Well, they must know him or something. I mean, they must have had a reason to be like, can you write a 12-second song about a turtle race and cocaine? Anyway.
Full speed ahead. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
I love it.
Grant, I want you guys to cover that at MagFest.
All right.
Just open the show with that, and no one will know what it is.
You come up and sing it.
You can
give me the lyrics. I'll do it.
Full speed ahead, Joe.
Full speed.
Yeah, I can't do that style of lyrics.
That whole like the whole rasp blast. I don't know what you call it. Gargling razor blades.
It's kind of a. Well, I mean, I know that's the style of like singing where you're actually just going, but you're doing it so close to the mic, Yep. That it kind of has that effect of being really loud. Yeah. Which I'm like, I'm fine. I never got it. Can't get it to sound good. It just sounds like somebody whispering.
Cool. Oh, man. So Jacob, what games are on your list for Game of the Year?
So I ended up having 4 of them because I never ever have just a single one.
Yeah.
Of course. So I had Return to Monkey Island,
a good one.
Power Wash Simulator.
Nice.
I loved Power Wash Simulator. That game deserves some love.
It does. Wayward Strand.
Ooh, what's that?
That's you play this girl who's like 11 or 12 years old who wants to be a journalist when she grows up. And you're on holiday. It's set in Australia in the 1970s, and this like weird, just like slightly alternate history, but not really.
That's the one where you're on like a Zeppelin or something, right?
Yeah, you're on a Zeppelin that got converted to a nursing home, and you spend the weekend helping your mom around the nursing home, but you can also just like talk to everyone there, and listen to their life stories, help them out or not help them out. And yeah, I just thought it was like a really thoughtful and well-made game, and it's also like it was also the devs like first effort, so it was like holy shit, like it was pretty good.
Cool.
But and then my last one is Vampire Survivors, which I can't stop fucking playing.
I'm with you on Vampire Survivors. I haven't had a game get me this addicted in so long.
Yeah, like for me, like I haven't had anything like this since pretty much Hot Wheels Unleashed last year, where it was just like, oh, well, I'm up. Time to play Vampire Survivor.
Honestly, I'm shocked that Hot Wheels game wasn't still on your list just because.
They killed support after 3 DLC packs, so I was just kind of done with it. Like, I mean, they've issued like a couple of updates for the game itself, but like the game is dead, and it's just. I mean, there's still plenty of people to race with online. It's just.
I mean, it's been like it's on Plus and Game Pass, and it was in like a humble bundle.
It's only been out for a year though, and like they're already like, yep, we're done with support. No new cars.
Yes, cutting. Well, I'm saying that's why people are playing, but yeah,
yeah.
Well, they cut this. They pulled it from Game Pass though. They announced it was coming
again.
They changed their mind. Oh,
well, no. What happened was that today. They had accidentally, I guess, uploaded the Game of the Year edition, and it's only supposed to be the regular one, so they pulled it again.
Oh, funny.
And now I think it's the regular version, but I think it's back on. But
so they're somewhat incompetent, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I think that's on Microsoft's end with the Game Pass.
Yeah.
Oops.
That will get people playing, though. That'll be a good reason to go back. Go give it a shot.
Yeah, it is available.
And destroy some kids because they're just getting into it,
I think I'm going to buy Crysis 2 and 3 remastered.
Go for it. Are they on sale? Are they part of the winter sale?
Yeah, they're both 40% off.
Nice.
So they're both $18. And I've had these on my list. I wanted to review these, but we didn't get either of them to review.
Aren't you about to become homeless because of all your Gunpla pre-orders?
Yes.
You can't play Crysis. Like, I mean, you can play Crysis, but it's going to be a different kind of crisis. Like, if you're homeless,
this is very
right.
true.
Housing
this is
crisis.
very possible.
There's ray tracing in real life.
Yeah, if you drink a thing of cough syrup, you got your own ray tracing right there.
Yeah, I wouldn't notice any of that stuff. I don't notice the difference between 20 FPS and 60. So
that's fair. Tim, what's on your list for Game of the Year?
Can I get
I was finishing a message. I thought you were going to talk to Grant first because his name's above
he's
mine.
The guest. He's the guest. He goes last.
Oh, he's the guest. Okay.
Okay, fine.
I thought guests I thought guests were supposed to go first.
Save the best for
last.
Yeah, seriously, Joe. The fuck, man.
Wow, I can't believe you just disrespected our guests like that, Joe.
I'm pretending to hang up.
Yeah. I never should let you have control of the show back.
Do you want it back? I would give it to you.
Not really.
Then you have to put up with me, like, as a social media guy.
there would be some future endeavoring immediately. Anyway. So we didn't officially review it on the show, but we sure spent a good 2 months of the Tuesday show opening with talking about Elden Ring, with me and Brooke and Pernell and Joe being like, maybe we'll get to talk about reviews that we're supposed to talk about eventually. But yeah, obviously that was like the biggest game of the year for me.
It's been winning a lot of Game of the Year awards too. I'm happy to see it.
No surprise there, really. Another game that was not reviewed for the show that I've been playing a ton of is Marvel Snap. That game rules. I've just been playing that.
I still don't what is it?
It's a card game.
Like what are the rules of it? What do you do in the game? Is it like Magic the Gathering, or is it like Triple Triad?
So it has I guess somebody, I don't know. So you have 3 locations on the board. Decks are only 12 cards, which like everything about this game sounded ridiculous and too simple when I first heard about it, but in practice it's like amazing and like a perfect level of complexity. So you have 12 card decks, no duplicates in your deck. So it's really easy to put decks together, and they're really consistent because they're small. You have 3 locations on the board, and a game plays out over a course of 6 turns. And you and your opponent, you put in your plays at the exact same time. So you'll say, well, I'm playing a card at this location. Your opponent does the same thing. And cards have different energy costs. Your energy, goes up throughout the game. So you have bigger, stronger cards that you play on turn 6 for 6 energy potentially. And the object of the game, each card has a cost and a power level. You want to have a higher power on 2 of the 3 locations, and that is a win of the game. Or the match against that person. And cards have all kinds of like different effects and things they do when they're revealed, or like ongoing abilities that might affect other cards. There's just like tons of variety to it. It's free to play, and it is not aggressive about taking your money, though I am happy to fork some over. But you can totally do fine without spending a single cent on the game if you so choose. But as somebody who spent a lot of time playing Hearthstone for years and years and years and years, and got sick of it for various reasons, this like game addressed basically every problem I had with Hearthstone, like competitive Hearthstone, and has consumed. It's been out for 2 months, and I've been playing it, every day since it came out.
I guess I got to search for Marvel Snap and give this thing a try.
Yeah, it's free. It's really good. There's no downside to trying it other than what it might do to your free time. As far as games I reviewed for the show, I think tops is Rogue Legacy 2. That is the game that got me to stop playing Elden Ring. That was the game where it's like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna play Rogue Legacy 2 and not just keep playing Elden Ring. So that was a really good one. I really like Sephony. Dorfromantic, that land building puzzle game, was really good. Shredder's Revenge was really good. Trombone Champ is of course amazing. The funniest game I played all year. Holy shit, that game. The Case of the Golden Idol is amazing.
I've heard about that one. I've heard a lot of people talk about that like this week, so I think I'm going to have to give it a shot.
Yeah, have you played Return of the Obra Dinn?
Yes, I did, and I don't think at that time that I was playing that game, I was quite in the mood for that kind of detective game, and so that's why it was just a whatever window that was. I wasn't there. I wasn't there for it. So I'm curious about this one. And maybe it's the same, and I'll bounce off, but I still want to try it because I love that kind of
similar.
thing.
It is that kind of game. It's not identical, but of just puzzling things out, and I really enjoyed it.
Yep.
And a game I haven't technically reviewed yet, River City Girls 2.
Oh, so that's kind of a teaser for later on.
Yeah.
Nice. Grant, what about you? What games stood out to you this year?
I made a list last week of I signed up I did the whole Xbox the Xbox program where you get the box without paying for it, and then you just pay the monthly fee to pay it off and get Game Pass. Yeah, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you get that. It was the only way to get one last year before Forza Horizon 5, so I was just jumped on it because it was there, and I did some math, and you save maybe like $20 maybe. But so last year I did this, but I also wanted to kind of go through all of my game purchases this year and look at what I played and see how much I played for, not for free. It's $15 a month, but you know what I mean. And I didn't play a lot of big budget stuff. I played a lot of games, but I didn't play any like big sprawling third person adventure or first person shootery games. I played a shit ton of indies. I played some racing games. I did try Elden Ring for about 8 hours. But I made a list of like my favorite, what I enjoyed the most this year of the games I played. I got 5 and I can run them down real quick for you. Arcade Paradise is on there. I
heard a lot of good about that one.
I thought I would get tired of the laundry part, but I didn't. And I completed 100% of that game and then just kind of put it away and it's one of those things where you just sort of say goodbye to it. You know what I mean? You're like, you're done with it.
Mm-hmm.
They put out DLC
coming to that game.
Well, they did put out DLC with 4 new arcade games a couple months ago, but they're kind of shitty. A couple were sequels to games already in there, so I didn't buy it. Even though I probably would love to just stack this thing full of more games. Is there something else coming?
Kung Fury.
Oh, a game based on Kung Fury?
Like the official arcade game, Kung Fury.
Really?
Yes, it's coming.
It's coming to it?
To Arcade Paradise?
Yes.
Oh, weird.
That's
the
awesome.
first, quote, licensed arcade game from... to be in the game.
I'm fucking excited.
That's really cool. That's like a platform. They could like pull in people to make indies for this game.
Yeah.
They could be a platform. Oh my God, that's kind of neat.
It's awesome. And they say it sits alongside 35 original games. This one is out now on Steam for $2.99, and it'll come out on Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox on January 12th.
Okay. Well, I'll get that. That's cool. I really like that game a lot and sunk a lot of hours into it. And it's one of those games where when you're almost done with it, you sort of look back at what you were doing at the beginning versus what you're doing in the moment, realizing how far you've come. It's actually got a little story in it, but I really liked Arcade Paradise. Above that, Atari 50. I actually picked it up right after the last time I was on here and heard Kris talk about it. And I picked it up for my Thanksgiving trip, got it for Switch. And it's awesome. And I do recommend a Switch purchase because the spinner controls work really well with the touchscreen. Some of the games are kind of finicky because, the joysticks just don't work well for those kinds of games. But it works great on Switch. I love the format of that game, and I can just think of a ton of other companies I wish they could do it with. Like if we could get a midway version of this game, or like, I don't know, something like that, I just think it'd be super cool. But I really appreciated that and loved watching all the videos, and that was good.
I watched that with my dad a lot when he came to visit.
Oh, that's cool.
He grew up with like Atari and ColecoVision, and like we would just sit and watch all the documentary stuff together. And I would see tears kind of start welling up in his eyes when he's like, "This is my childhood." And
yeah, totally. I actually started this with my family just because I didn't know how much video content there was, and they weren't reading the flyers, and instructions on the screens, but a lot of the videos are kind of front loaded for early days stuff. So it was cool to be able to watch some of that. Very well produced, but love that. A game that I don't know anyone else that has played this game. I know a buddy of mine that's on a different podcast played it, called Blast Brigade. Did anyone play Blast Brigade?
Never heard of it.
You reviewed it?
Yeah.
Oh, did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Cool. I love this game. I 100%ed this game. I got every single piece of whatever before the final boss. It was like that. So very competent Metroidvania. It has perhaps the worst trailer for any game. I don't think that this company knew how to market this type of game. They put, and the music is fantastic. It's this guy who has never made a game soundtrack before. His name's, let's see, Okpovsky, I think he's like either Ukrainian or Russian. He's done one game soundtrack, and it's only available on Steam because they don't know what the fuck they're doing over there. But it's fantastic, and I love this game to death, and I wish more people could play it. Just don't watch the trailer because it's terrible. It'll make you cringe, but
go straight to the game.
Just go straight to the game. Or I watched some gameplay footage. I don't know. It's like a toon shaded, gun based Metroidvania where you can change characters in real time. So you can fire the gun, jump in the middle of the air, switch to a girl that's got a grappling hook and swing. Right? So
Nice.
it's like it's neat.
Cool.
It's very fun. Like, love that game. Vamp Survivors for number 2 for me. And then the number 1 for me was Tinykin. Did you guys play Tinykin?
Oh, I haven't played that game yet. It's on my queue.
It's my number. It's my number 1. It's like distilled platforming exploration. There's no combat. There's no violence. There's no real fail state. It's just a constant breadcrumb trail of exploration in these environments you're familiar with, but they're all oversized. You know, it's like a little tiny dude with like Pikmin kind of creatures near him, and you're exploring all the rooms of this house. It's got some Pikmin elements, but the traversal is really cool. You kind of ride around on this skateboard that's actually a bar of soap to get around quickly. It pulls from Mario 64 and Odyssey stuff.
Getting chibi Robo vibes from this too.
Yes, yep, absolutely. And it's got a neat kind of aesthetic with the flat shaded characters and stuff. So, play Tinykin. Everyone, it's on Game Pass. Like, yeah, it's 6 hours, 8 hours, something like that.
Got a 10 out of 10 on Steam.
Oh, there you go. It's a great game.
I have a long list of games that I'm pretending like I'm going to have time to address in the next month while we're on break, but.
That's kind of what I was doing, was chipping down them. I think I probably have a little bit of recency bias with the Tinykin because it was one of the more recent ones, but the way I felt playing that is not like quite like anything this year. But yeah, like again, the Game Pass list, I'm just kind of like trying to guess what's going to leave first and then play that, get it out of the way. So,
saying you went through the games you've played this year was a good idea. Because I didn't do that. I was just going off the top of my head. I just found some more stuff for my list.
Well, we'll get back to you in a second, Aki, but Pernell, what are your top games of the year?
Oh, Christ, I'm still struggling with that. I had to throw a list of them together for the show, for the website, actually, too. So, fortunately for you, I have a knock-kneed version of it that is up in the air. So the first two games are very much locked in place, I think. The first one is obviously Elden Ring. It belongs where it is on my list as number one. But number two is actually a game called Ast Libra, which is on Steam. It's a JRPG, action RPG that was done by one guy. And it really takes me back kind of to like the vibe of Ys 3, but updated.
Ooh. Wait, what's that title again?
Ast Libra, ASTLIBRA, and it has that nice grind too, where equipment teaches you new things. If you max out an experience bar that's attached to the weapon or armor, so you're like, well, here's this crappy item that I wouldn't use for any other reason but to unlock its bonus effect. I'm going to beat people with a tree branch for a while.
This one looks really good.
It's not on Nintendo yet.
Oh, I love it. I hope it comes to Nintendo, but I would honestly, I'm not sure if it will because again, it's one developer. So, but he did get, I think someone did help them as far as like getting them through across the finish line. So maybe.
Keeping an eye on this one. Thank you for that.
We got to mention this. If you haven't purchased Ast Libra Revision yet, it says this: Ast Libra Revision is quite an unique game.
Oh dear!
Oh man!
Yes. We recommend you play the public demo first before deciding whether to purchase it. Demo provides the full prologue and Chapter 1 content, as well as a demonstration of late in-game battle systems. It takes about an hour or two to complete. So check out the demo if you haven't.
I will say this though. If you, everyone's different, obviously, but I did the demo initially and did the whole, late game stuff, and I hated it. It wasn't until I started from the beginning. I think we talked about this on a previous episode of this show. The idea of like when games start you with too much, it almost feels overwhelming because you're like, I don't know what the fuck this does, so I don't even care anymore. So if you do the demo, do the prologue stuff, start from the ground up, and it clicks. It's fun.
Chrono Cross is a little bit like that for me.
Oh, because at the beginning you start with the three characters and they're like they're just wrecking guys.
And you run in, like, if you don't think to like just avoid the big robots, like you're gonna fight like 12 to 20 battles before you even start the game.
Yeah, and those battles do nothing.
They are not fast battles.
They're not fast, and if I'm not mistaken, you don't even get anything from it. It's solely to be like, hey, like, here's that thing you're doing. So it's like, no, guys, just run from all the enemies, fight the links or whatever, and then go back to the start.
I'm with you on this.
Now, 3 through 5 is where it gets rough, though, because when you do a review show, you play a lot of games, and everything is hazy. And also, you don't play a lot of the big boys, but I outright acknowledge that I don't even care about that part of the metric. Like, big boys in the mainstream industry primarily boils down to games that got the most press that the majority of people were able to buy. And then they were like, this is the game I liked, which is nothing wrong with that, mind you. But it does explain why a lot of games specifically, like it's these 3 games every year. So what I tried to do was like brainstorm a little, like what games kind of had an impact and go from there. So
games for
third game I chose Vampire Survivors for 3. World premiere. You like that game? Now Castlevania's in it, so you'll like it even more. But I do believe I had to go back and remember this, but I slotted it back in. But I believe Vampire Survivors is my number 3. I cannot recall a point since February where somebody in my life was not talking about that game in a loving, damn near addictive way. And then I can't think of a game this year aside from Vampire Survivors that sparked its own subgenre of game and has had tons of copycats come out after its success. I mean, if you go to Steam right now, there are so many blank Survivor games out there. So it deserves a place on a Game of the Year list. And I don't recall, but I don't think it even came up at the Game Awards, like in any capacity. I might be wrong, though, because there was a lot of flashing lights.
It had like 1 or 2 nominations,
like
and then it had a commercial that it was revealed it came out on phones.
Oh, the mobile version, yeah.
This is the most exciting news ever. We're on phones.
Oh boy, I've always wanted to play a game on my phone.
Playing a game on my phone right now.
Number 4, I gave to Rise of the Third Power, which is a JRPG I played earlier this year for the show. And now I want to play Chained Echoes because of Chris's review from Tuesday.
You should have heard me review like 20 minutes ago. I went on even more about it.
Oh, you went back to it? Oh, because you're talking about your favorite games of the year. So
it got my favorite game.
Damn.
Yeah, well, so I decided to logicalize it, and I decided because Chained Echoes was released this year, and it's not a remake of a game I already liked, which is what Live Alive is. Even though I haven't beaten it yet, and I have beaten Live Alive, it's like the fact that it came out this year, I'm like, that kind of means that, you know, I feel like I should give it to that game because it's a 2022 game.
Yeah,
that is true.
Through and through.
Then my last game ended up being Sunday Gold, which ended up being like surprisingly charming for me with the character interactions and the way the battle system works as part of how the characters all work together in battle, and just the way they kind of blended the adventure mode with like the RPG battles and stuff. It's a good product. The honorable mentions that I had, because I did like them, but I'm not sure how I would slot them because of the type of game they are As Dusk Falls and the Devil Inside, or the Devil in Me, or whatever the hell it's called. Because, I mean, they were narrative games, but in both cases, if you guys recall, I played them both in one sitting. Like, I got into it and was like, this game has got me. It's got me. There goes my entire Sunday playing this one game. I got a headache because I've been dehydrated from playing one game all day.
You can still drink water while doing that.
Yeah, I need to get better.
That's when you
at
know
that.
a game's good.
When you don't even drink friggin' water. Like, I can't get up for this shit. That make me go pee and I'll get valuable game time. But
Wouldn't
yeah,
you
like
just
both
pause?
Never. Narrative, man. I'm engaged. I gotta save this family. I gotta save these teenagers. I gotta save the game.
Stomach gurgles. He's like, I don't have time for this shit either, literally.
No time for that shit or this shit. But like, it's a freaking great game. Like, they were both good titles, but I always have a hard time slotting in those kinds of games because they're interactive movies, which is great, but I don't get the same like euphoria. I don't feel like I put them in the same element as those. They're more like, they're a different type of entertainment for me. So I have trouble with like sliding them into like a best of list, but they do get honorable mention for sure.
Nice.
I'd be curious to hear your guys' take on that kind of thing. Like, where do you find like primarily narrative driven, like interactive movie games to fit in?
I don't play them because I get bored.
I just
Here, I don't like videos.
I like them a lot.
Yeah, not hating. I'm just that's just me and my taste. I'll just get bored. That's it.
I mean, it's a video game version of Choose Your Own Adventure, so what's not to like?
Yeah.
I think The only problem I have with them is that sometimes I find that I tend to play a game one time and move on. And I will say I played the Quarry this year, and we let's just say we done fucked up, and the game ended way before it should have. And so the best part of that game was actually watching an 1.5 hour long YouTube video that showed all of the potential outcomes of the game. All the stuff all the hard work they did that we just missed, because I didn't feel like listening to some of those conversations again. Like I didn't feel like starting over, after 8 hours or whatever of doing what we did. So I feel like that because of that, is an inherent problem. Again, it's a personal thing. I just tend not to replay games immediately.
Trust me, it's a shared problem. I do the same thing with like Devil and Me for sure. Like I got my ending that I earned. And then I was like, I wonder what the other endings are because I'm not playing this whole thing again. So I just went and looked up the remainders that I didn't get. So
those kind of games I like to watch people stream.
Sure.
Because then I can not only watch it, I can like watch somebody's reaction to it, and I can also talk to them and be like, "Oh yeah, that was messed up."
Not just that, but now these games are incorporating voting systems too. So if you're streaming the game, they're like, "Hey, viewers, what should I do?" And you're like, "Well, it's not my file. Go jump in the pool with the sharks. See what happens."
Yeah, exactly. Well, the streamers I tend to watch tend to not have big enough audiences to do it that way. But because I stay with my fellow small patats out there on Twitch.
Same.
Think about those. Like it makes me wonder, like because I've never done one per se, but it doesn't tell you the exact number of votes. I bet. So if you have 1 or 2 people. And they each vote differently. You're just going to say 50% said this and 50% said that. Yeah. So no one has to know how many people are watching, just that someone voted.
I just simply mean that most of the streamers I watch don't use those systems because they just don't have a big enough audience, so they don't feel like compelled to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they just can look at what people are saying.
Yeah, they could just be like, "Oh, the 2 out of 3 people in my chat are saying that I should do this."
Open the door. Well, that's what Jen from Des Moines said to open the door. So.
I want to mention one more thing about this. Not to go too far off a rail. I'm holding onto the rail. I'm just reaching.
No, you can go. But it's fine.
I want to. But about the Quarry or that which is the same company that did The Devil in My Butt or whatever. What's it called? The new
Devil in My Butt.
I don't know.
That's the new title. Effective name.
Sorry, that's the best porn game of the year. Steam. No. So they do a thing where it branches and it never really comes back. Like you can end a million different ways. And one of the things that the Walking Dead games, the Telltale early games did, is they would divert a ton of different directions and then come back to a somewhat common ending. With that everyone would experience, and they get a lot of criticism for that because people would say, "Well, my choices didn't matter because it's the same ending as this other guy, right?" But I do feel like I feel like the way the game is built gives you potentially a more satisfying experience no matter what decisions you make. Because we really did just like chop the ending off this game. Like we just we were dead.
Are you saying like you lost? So you're saying basically like you lost so many people that there were like entire bits where the characters should have survived for that you didn't even get to see, like another action sequence where I don't know, they're running from cave trolls, but since everyone's dead, it's like there's no cave trolls to run from because they already won.
It's actually a little worse than that. It wasn't even that we lost a ton of people. We lost one particular person that the story sort of hinged on, and that just it sent it into the ground. It would just nosedive into credits, right? And that was one of the potential endings. We just happened to hit the shortest possible one. There was no climax. There was no So I don't know. I almost feel like from a gameplay perspective, I kind of appreciate what The Walking Dead did, even though people would say the choices don't matter. Well, they feel like they matter when you're making them. I think it's. That's okay.
Yeah. There is a danger. There is a danger to having things being very open with a lot of choices, and that you can have people that have a amazing experience, and then you can have other people that are just like fucking lost, and it's just like, well, what happened here?
And Well, with something like The Walking Dead, though, it becomes tougher to pull that. Why they had to do it that way too, because it was a multi-part game. So like. For them to be like, well, if you get Glenn killed at the garage or at the motel, well, we have to write an entirely different narrative for part 2 for you. But this guy, oh no, he gets this narrative. So like, I feel like that was a large part of why they went that route too. Was like Because I did. I mean, I was one of those people that had the same feeling like you described, where I was like, man, I feel like what I didn't even matter. I was trusting this guy the whole freaking game, and he still acted like he didn't trust me at the end of the game when the crescendo point happened. But I also felt like you said, where when the ending hit, I felt that ending. It was a powerful ending, and I still looked back on the exchanges where I was like, oh yeah, she was my G. Carly was my G in this game. Don't mess with her. Despite what happens, she was my character for the parts of the game where we supported each other. So, like you said, like the choices felt like they mattered because the interaction still occurred, even if the outcome kind of was the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I will, to answer the question, I put them in the same list as every other game, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I just consider them a normal game. I would compare it to any other game.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm keep in mind, I wasn't saying like I don't compare them to other games. I'm just saying when it comes down to the whole like outright ranking, it's harder for me to fit it in there because of the type of entertainment it is when I play video games.
This is your problem, Pernell.
Hey, well, yeah, because you don't even play them. You just kicked it to the curb.
Yeah.
Aki, what other games were you going to mention?
Okay, my game of the year would have.
Did your audio go to shit or something on my end?
No, she's away from the mic again.
I put the mic atop my head because I was coughing earlier.
Balancing.
My game of the year would be SD Gundam Battle Alliance because
Gunpla.
Mech, and Gunpla. Yeah, I have problems, people. I just have problems.
Yeah.
Another one of my favorites was Solstice, which was the hack and slash where you play as two sisters together.
Oh, that was good.
I was like, Solstice came out a while
that was
ago.
fantastic. Yeah.
Good to hear.
And my most hated game was Way of the Hunter.
What, Joe got you to review that poor game. It's like,
yeah, that was not a fun game. I really
Joe was
did
like,
not
you want
enjoy that.
Joe was like, you want to review this? I'm like, I think that was the very first time in a while. I was like, no, no. I'm not doing that one.
I thought I'd like it because it was a sniper game. And I was like,
I thought you would like it too, honestly, because you dig the sniper games. And I still think the biggest problem with that game is there just wasn't enough wildlife.
Yeah, they don't show up very often. If it weren't for that, I probably would like it. But not being able, sitting there crawling for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
To where animals are supposed to be, and
supposed to be
fucking there.
An authentic simulation of the true hunting experience.
Yeah, well, the true hunting experience fucking sucks.
I want to play a video game.
That's all I've
hours
heard.
And come away with nothing. I want to shoot things. Yeah. Everyone else, like, what games did you hate this year?
Well, let's do that. But Joe, we need to hear your list too for faves.
For favorites?
Oh yes.
Yeah. What's your favorite list? Get your favorite list out, and then we'll all fucking bitch about shit.
How many games did you actually play this year? And
I honestly don't know.
Guitar game.
Don't count what?
Don't count the guitar game that you always play. That's
Rock Band always counts.
Freaking Rock Band.
No, it doesn't.
Probably high up on
How
my
many
list.
hours of Rock
Vampire
Band are
Survivors
required?
is up there. Rogue Legacy 2 is up there. And I want to throw Persona 5 on the list too, because that's new to Xbox.
And it's a good game.
Nice.
Also, how many hours of Rock Band do you have to play before it counts as a second, third, or fourth game?
Believe it or not, I haven't played much Rock Band lately. I've just been consistently buying the DLC. I'll play like 2 or 3 songs a week, and that's about it. I don't know. Maybe next year when the new season starts up with Rock Band, maybe some big songs will come out. And
yeah, my friend actually messaged me. Like, I'm glad you said that because it confirmed what I was telling a friend. He messaged me about the Epic Stores version of it closing up, and he thought that meant that all of Rock Band was going away. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure he just released something on Xbox like a week ago.
No, the whole Epic closure thing is they're shutting down a bunch of old games that the servers are still up because they don't run on Epic servers.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of like reworking the games and updating them to work on Epic servers, they're just shutting the servers down. But they're shutting down Dance Central 1, 2, and 3. Dance Central VR is staying online. They're shutting down Green Day Rock Band, the Beatles Rock Band Blitz, Rock Band 1, 2, and 3, Rock Band 4 is staying online, and all DLC is staying up as well. They're shutting down a bunch of Unreal games, but they're saying Unreal Tournament 3 is going to get a freeware release on Epic, Steam, and GOG with full crossplay and fully free. They're saying no microtransactions, no nothing. It's just going to be free.
Wait, what's going to be free?
Unreal Tournament 3 on PC.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Way to pay attention.
I think Unreal Tournament 1 was probably the last game, or not last, was 2004, whatever it was. That was probably the last boxed PC game I ever purchased.
Wow. So yeah, what games did you people hate?
I don't really hate
Yes,
games.
Tim, I said you people. I'm turning heel.
Dude, the only thing that, I had to, because usually if I don't like a game, it leaves my conscience. But, for the show, I have an extensive spreadsheet where I keep track of everything. Let's see, Lego Brawls, that game sucked. And my lovely wife, the game about
but she's so lovely.
pimping succubi to death. No. You clearly don't remember my review. No.
Oh, I do. I remember when you said the pimping succubi, it all came back.
That game had problems on every level.
Oh my God.
Pernell, what games did you hate?
Nah, give me a minute, 'cause I'm actually going to dig out some consoles to scroll.
Oh God.
But
That's what I'm doing.
I was going to say, I'm bringing up true achievements right now to go through all the games I played last year.
I can name one that I have a big resentment for. I didn't hate it, but, and this is going to be weird, but Tunic.
Really?
I have never hold on. I have never gone so far from being like so in love with a game. Like the first half of that game, I'm like, this is the most amazing gaming experience I've had since I played games with a manual. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, and I can't exactly pinpoint when. I think it was like when things sort of go dark or whatever. I just fucking hated it. I hated the kind of sloppy fight mechanics sort of showed their face a little more. I switched it to easy, and it was a dash hunt party. And I was like, oh my God, this is such a slog. And so I ended up just, I don't know. I don't want to say I hated it, but I just sort of resented the experience. I was like, I guess this is a way to lengthen it, but it would have been nice to just hit a really good 4-hour game with what was there and not have to experience that back third. I finished it, but I had to make myself finish it. And I sort of, I uninstalled it with a heavy thumb.
Yeah, I didn't finish it, but I feel where you are coming from with that game.
So you said the combat kind of broke you guys in that regard, like it just wasn't hitting once you got to a certain point.
There's a sense of discovery in that game that is really like heavy duty, right? It's like it's one of those games where you don't realize you could have done something until someone told you, and it's like, oh my God, I could have done this the whole time, and that changes everything. That goes away at a certain point, and the game becomes something else. And I hated what that thing was, and the game got super fucking hard, and I switched it to easy just to kind of try and mainline my way out of it. And then I watched all the extra endings on YouTube. So, but I didn't hate it. But that's the one that I have like I'm frustrated with it.
Yes,
the soundtrack was just so amazing and beautiful game, and but I don't know, not a hate, but that's got some. Yeah. I got nasty feelings about that. Yeah, totally.
Yes. Good. Yep.
God damn it.
I've been dabbling with
how I feel about Undertale. I don't hate
lately,
it. I have those feelings. Yeah.
I got to give a special shout out to DC Super Pets for being pretty abysmal. Jacob, I know you played that one.
That one is. It's not the worst kids game I've ever played either, but it's just like it's just not
to be
good.
more super.
It wasn't entertaining, and I think that's the biggest sin with the kids game. It wasn't fun,
right? And I can agree with that too. But at the same time, I also know it's not the worst game that Outright has put out. So,
well, we'll talk about that much later in the show. But what other negatives do you guys have for the year?
Well, I do have one off the top of my head. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it. I already did one. I got a shorty, but you go ahead. Your turn.
It's fortunate this one was a more recent one, so it immediately came to mind. And if I could just drop one and then come back later, that game Do Not Open. God, my recommendation is to never open that game. It was not fun. Joe can tell, he can vouch for. Like, I'm not one that wants to rail on games, but every once in a blue moon, a game just kind of invites me to do it because it just hits, it bugs me on the wrong notes. Like the most egregious issues were the fact that once the monster is in the room with you, you can't outrun it, and you still have to stare and solve a fucking Rubik's puzzle or some shit. And then the other part, the biggest issue was that it was supposed to be a whole, roguelike, no two games are the same sort of game, but none of the randomization of the rooms worked. So no matter what room you went into, it was always the last room you were in. So you were stuck with one puzzle until you solved it or you blew your brains out.
Fun.
Sounds broken.
It was very broken. It was not good.
Any other lowlights?
I mean, I got 3 I can think of. So Little League World Series 2022.
That was a disappointment.
Yeah. It was annoying from start to finish. Between that and Blade Runner Enhanced Edition, like, both of those in my reviews, I was like, maybe I'll come back to it to see if like they've improved it at all. That was a lie. I don't know that I will ever reinstall these, except like, maybe I'm trapped in purgatory and like I have to like 1K every single game that I possibly can. But for me, the worst game that I had to play for this podcast in 2022, Babel the Walking Box.
That one was atrocious.
Yeah, like
the walking box.
Even as a $5 game, that one was just horribly, unfairly hard and broken.
Yeah, and it's just like I was like, oh well, Joe crapped out at like 800 out of 1,000 gamer score. I'm gonna 1K this, and I got to like. I think I got to the same part that Joe is at, and I'm just like, yeah, fuck this game. Like, I'm okay. I'm okay with the gamer score I got.
Even with cheat codes, the game was unbearable.
Oh yeah. It's absolute shit. Babel the Walking Box, BABOL.
Yeah,
it's from Chili Dog Interactive.
Chili Dogs. The funny thing is, as I scroll through my list, though I have definitely come across some like, ooh, God, that was bad. I'm coming across more like, wow, these are really cool honorable mention games that would likely never come up on an award show, but they were great plays that I came across this year that I honestly only learned about because of this show. Like Hell Pie for sure. I loved Hell Pie, but no one talks about Hell Pie. It probably never will.
I was interested in that based on your description, but I don't think I ever picked it up.
It is a fun one. And Carl. I like that game enough.
Good old
Carl. Yes, right.
Carl.
We ended up getting the guy that made that game on the Rhythm and Pixels. Like, I love your music and I love your game. I want to talk about it again. Super Sammy Roll was another big surprise game. I was like, yes, this game is a freaking blast to play. So good. Crut was a disappointment. Oof. Crut.
What was
Mythic Wings. Crut.
I heard Shrek. So you said Crutch?
You said Shrek. Crut. It was one of those games that was kind of trying to be like the ActRaiser, like the 2D ActRaiser segments, so to speak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It had potential, but it just didn't measure up in the end for me. Let me see. I'm actually glad that I'm having trouble finding.
Yeah, that's good. That's a sign of a good year, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Paper Cut Mansion. That
it
one was squandered
choosy.
potential. Paper Cut Mansion was one that I had hopes for, but it just fizzled out for me. It was a wish. Not so
Kris, any lowlights on your end? Anything that you found?
Yeah, I'm just making sure that they were released this year and that I reviewed them this year. But let me. I'm just about there.
Here's a quick one.
I got enough to talk about. Okay, so yeah, I got one for every system, it looks like.
Oh, geez.
So, again, I don't really hate games. The worst video game is better than a day at work. So, that's my
seeing as
philosophy.
this is my job. This is my job, so I heavily disagree with that concept.
Well,
Play Way of the Hunter, I'm sure you'll change your mind.
I think if you worked in customer service right now, you would agree with me.
I'd
Especially
be fired
right
after
now.
one day.
Yeah, see. Okay. Well, just imagine if you were in customer service, but they never fired you.
Oh, I'd have a fucking blast then.
No. So,
Nervous laugh.
Well, I wasn't expecting that answer. Well, then.
no, I was just like, I got it and moving on. So, yeah, a lot of the times it's just like stuff that like I'm like, oh, this could have been a good game, but it's really disappointing. So that's kind of where I'm coming from on that. And one of the top of my list, I've been very good at avoiding games I look like I'm not going to like this year. So that's why it took so long. Solo War Medieval on the Steam. That is a game that promised fighting medieval knights with an array of guns as a first-person shooter type of, tower defense, whatever. And I was like, okay, this looks like it'd be pretty cool. I like this concept, like I love Army of Darkness, for instance, and that's like medieval plus guns in a sense. But it fell so flat. It was just like nothing. It was a nothing sandwich, and so yeah, that was disappointing. But it's just like it's a little indie game anyway, so I don't feel right picking on it. The games I didn't like the most that are a little bit more like, you can actually go to GameStop and purchase a physical version of these games. It's those freaking instant sports games. Like, what the hell?
Instant sports?
Yeah, Instant Sports Paradise, and I also covered, I think, Instant Sports Tennis or something like that. There was Instant Sports Paradise, and there was one more. I'm trying to remember what
Paradise
the other
was
one
last year.
Was it last year?
Yes, it was last year. That stands out because remember, I reviewed that game after you had already reviewed it, and I was fucking pissed as hell while I was reviewing it because of that.
Oh, yeah.
And also because the game was dog shit.
Right. So did I do any of those this year? Because there's a couple. Okay. Yeah, see, that's the thing is that I have my stuff sorted by by when I added it to Backloggery. So yeah, sometimes it's... Anyway.
Grant, what was the one you were going to mention?
Oh, well, it is now uninstalled, but I think, it seems like everyone, the High on Life reviews have been interesting to read. They're either like, really, they're either 8s or 3s. And I think I'm in the 3 camp, for comedy. Like I played through all of Trover versus the Universe, like the VR game Trover that Squanch did. I played all of Accounting Plus. Like I'm familiar with his humor. And I just feel like playing that game. I feel like I'm being bullied when playing that game. And I was like, well, not quite my thing.
Side.
You're on the 8 side. That's it. And it's like, I'm going to have buddies that are on the 8 side and buddies on the 3 side. But I got to a certain point in that game. I was like, oh, you know what? I think I got some other ones here that need attention. And I've taken it off the list. So maybe I saved myself from hating it. I saved myself from hating it is what I did. So
did you try turning it to where they didn't talk very often?
I knew that was an option because I always go to options first. But I was like, I want to see what the game wants me to experience. And I found that there were just too many moments of just having to stand there listening to stuff. Like it doesn't let you move. You're just sort of forced to listen to a certain amount of it. Maybe that lessens as well, but I didn't go that far.
That does not. Those are scripted events.
Yeah,
you'll hear those no matter what.
Yeah.
So. It's everything else that you don't have to hear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I hate to cut all that off, but we do have a few little tiny bits of news that we got to talk about before we jump into reviews, which we have a bunch of. So, real quick, PlayStation Plus had their catalog update for December. A lot of good stuff was added in the extra tier with WWE 2K22, a bunch of Far Cries, Mortal Shell, some Yakuza games, The Pedestrian, a couple of outright titles, Pillars of Eternity 2, Deadfire, and then the premium lineup. You remember the premium lineup that I've been bitching about for months about them not adding anything?
You got bitch some more?
They got 4 games.
More. Are any of them any good?
Oh, yeah.
Ridge Racer 2 for PSP.
Oh.
Oddworld Abe's Exodus for PS1. Heavenly Sword for PS3, which was removed in July and is just being re-added.
So, not acceptable then.
Yeah. And then, Grant, this one's for you, PSP Pinball Heroes.
What? Don't even know what that is. Do I have to subscribe to something?
Yeah, it's the
subscribe button.
I think you could buy it as well.
And it's not worth subscribing to.
It's not worth subscribing to.
Pinball Heroes was a game for what?
PSP.
Oh, it was PSP game. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
Staying on the PlayStation tip, the Resident Evil Village VR is going to be launching February 22nd alongside the PSVR 2 as free DLC for Village.
Nice.
Yeah.
If only I
That
had
was a
a
good game.
freaking-
I'm glad I got to review that DLC.
Which game?
And, Resident Evil Village. I got to review its DLC, and they also gave me the game because I didn't have it either.
So you like the
I really
the DLC? I was getting ready to pick it up.
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought it was.
It's already out.
It's a lot shorter and it's a bit more difficult, but otherwise, it's really fun. I really enjoyed playing as the daughter.
Yeah.
You could listen to previous episodes to find out. Just saying.
Yes, I can.
No
or
one-
I could
no one
just
should have to
answer
do
the
that.
question.
Also, you can play in third person through the whole game again.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I
don't
want
wanna
to
do
pick
it.
the DLC.
Kind of want to do it. Kind of want to do it. Kind of want to do it. It's a great game.
For the DLC, you only have a choice of playing in third person. You can't play
Right.
in first person for the DLC. But the main game, you can switch between them, but you have to go back to the main menu to switch over. It won't allow you to switch.
Can't just
actually
pop out of
in-game.
his head whenever you want.
Yeah, which is a shame. Personally, I think just for me, and this is weird because I play a lot of third-person shooters and I usually like those more. I think first-person works better for these games than third myself.
Mm.
But I really enjoyed that. That was a good game.
Aki, you know what you're not going to enjoy?
God, what?
Final Fantasy news.
Those motherfuckers.
Final Fantasy 1 through
Say that.
6 Pixel Remaster has been rated for PS4 and Switch.
What a
Yeah.
surprise.
No
Because
Xbox.
Sony is a cunt and Square is a cunt.
I don't think Sony has anything to do with this one. I think this is just Square being dicks. But
They'll be
yeah,
on Game Pass. They'll be on Game Pass eventually. Stop whining.
they
Probably
said that
not.
about Final Fantasy 7 Remake, and we're still waiting on that.
Oh, I didn't say that about that.
Yes, you
But
did.
these ones, I think, will.
I hope so.
I don't think they will because I think Square's just trying to shut itself down. Because they're like, oh, we can't just focus on the Japanese player base. We have to expand more after they sold all their Western stuff. And then they stick to pretty much just PlayStation still. And it's like, well, okay, so you're sticking to, a good chunk of that PlayStation market is the Japanese market. So you're still basically sticking to the Japanese market.
Yeah, well.
Great, you fucking morons. I hate them.
Seems to
so
be working
much.
fine. It's great. Just get a PlayStation.
I refuse.
Man. I could buy them on Switch. I could buy them on PlayStation. I'm not going to buy them at all because Square didn't release them on the platform I would prefer to play them on. So fuck
It's
'em.
okay. I'll buy them for you.
That
Which, I
works.
mean, I'm going to buy them for myself, but in your stead.
If I really wanted them, I would have had them on Steam already.
I'll buy them
Okay.
twice. So
I
that's
had
what
one
it's
of
like
them
you
on
bought it.
Steam because I couldn't wait. But I was holding out for the other 5 to be like, okay, if they come out on Switch, I'm buying all of them.
There you go. And they'll be like $30 each.
Yeah, it's fine.
Let's see.
Ooh.
I
Spider-Man
just
2.
paid $100. I just paid $100 for a game I spent $25 on that I got for free. So
True.
Jesus Christ.
about money.
True. Spider-Man 2 from Insomniac is being announced that it will be hitting the PS5 in fall 2023.
Nice.
So Spider-Man 2
All I've heard is
will be
good
there.
things about Spider-Man games.
Yeah,
So.
Insomniac nails it every time. So
What if it's a new city?
I think it's still New York, unfortunately. We'll
makes
see if
sense.
they expand the city or not.
Kind of where he hangs out.
It's going to be
Yeah.
Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
Oh, God.
Hell
Scranton.
yeah.
Scranton, he
I
runs
would
into
like-
the office.
Scranton.
I'd like to see him pull it over to London for a game. That'd just be interesting.
I want
That's
them
where
to
one of the movies
remake.
was set. That'd be cool.
I want them to remake Spider-Man and the X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. Don't change the soundtrack. Just change everything else.
Oh, God. Crystal Dynamics is partnering with Amazon to release the next Tomb Raider game.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So they've got that online game with Namco, and now they've got Tomb Raider with Crystal Dynamics.
So did they publish those old Tomb Raiders with Square?
Yeah.
Who published?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can
Square owned Crystal Dynamics and the Tomb Raider franchise for, like a decade or two?
Mm-hmm.
Not like one.
Yeah.
For like the remake era. or the
Yeah.
reboot era.
And then they sold everything off, and now Embracer's
And now they're-
partnering with Amazon to do this.
Wow.
Wait, hey.
Yeah. Anyway, last bit of news I have is that 4 games are being added to the Nintendo Switch Online lineup for Genesis, with Golden Axe 2, Alien Storm, Columns, and Virtua Fighter 2 being added.
Nice.
Nice. Virtua Fighter 2 is pretty good.
Yeah,
The
that's
Genesis version
solid
of
as shit.
Virtua Fighter.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's very
never
not
mind.
Virtua.
Never mind.
It's very it's very sprightly, let's say.
I didn't
remember
know.
Fighter.
I didn't know that
Virtua
the
Fighter.
Genesis Virtua Fighter 2 was like that because
Yeah, neither.
I'm one of the like 12 kids that actually had a Genesis 32X and that game, and it was great. It was a great port.
What's wrong with it? I'm so confused.
It's not 3D. It's a 2D fighter, and it's not good. It's still slow, like the original game.
Yeah,
Okay.
like I bought that on Steam. Like, oh god, it has to be at least 10 years ago. As part of like a Sega Genesis like mega collection thing that you could get, and or I think it was just called Sega Collection. I like because if I had known that it was going to be Genesis, yeah, like I would not have picked this up. But like I got it during a Steam sale, booted it up, and I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?" Like I didn't even know it existed until then, and I was just so goddamn mad. I've never booted it back up ever again.
I'm trying to remember because I'm trying to remember where I played that game. Was it on the Genesis Mini?
Yep. Yeah.
It was. Okay, that must be where I played it then.
Played some of it with my kid.
Nice. What'd your kid think?
He didn't give a shit. He had no standards at the time. It's like, yeah, Eternal Champions. Let's go. What?
Eternal Champions.
I liked Eternal Champions when I was a kid. I had no idea either.
Hey, same. No clue.
I have I actually have it on Sega CD, and it has the most ridiculous like Mortal Kombat fatalities in it. It's like it's so silly, like what all they added to the Sega CD version.
Love it.
I recommend people watch it on YouTube for free. Don't actually purchase it.
Wait, for Virtua Fighter 2?
Oh, I
Eternal
thought you
Champions.
said Eternal Champions.
Oh, okay.
Jacob
Eternal
doesn't pay
Champions.
attention.
Yeah. No, I thought we were.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay, yeah, no, I've watched some of those Eternal Champions things. I wish they'd bring that back.
It could have potential, like the vampire man with the skeleton legs and stuff.
Totally.
That cyborg guy who looks like a nerd, which they applied, plastic stuff, and then literally Wesley Snipes.
Wait, what?
The character Blade, like, looks like he looks a little bit like, I don't know. He looks like he's played by Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, that definitely preceded the Blade movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know, but I mean, I think his name is Blade even.
Sure.
I have to
so the movie's based on him.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Except it's a totally different character.
Nice.
I love Blade.
Any other news
Jonathan
from
Blade.
anyone?
Man, speaking of Blade, no, you should. That's a good transition. Actually, it is.
Oh, well, I
reviews.
No, too bad. I've got 2 bits of news. Going back to the whole Final Fantasy stuff. So one of the remakes has a painting that has a Getty watermark in it. They just friggin' left it in. Yep.
Oh wow.
Which that's pretty special. And what?
I was the days like they didn't even give a shit. Like, what are they going to do to us?
And the other bit of news I have is for Hot Wheels Unleashed fans. Back in the spring/summer, they ran a contest to get people to design, obviously new paint jobs for Roger Dodger, and the one with the most likes would get would actually have it turned into a Roger Dodger variant. That would be out in time for Christmas, and it's now out. It's called DigiGold. Yeah. It actually looks pretty neat. I like it. I would kind of wish that this one that got second place had also been made. It had a nice 70s retro look to it. But yeah, so that's what I got.
Cool. So
I got one.
Let's hear it.
Tiny. Super Nintendo World opens in the US in February. Did you guys hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Universal Studios Hollywood, baby. I'm totally going to go. I'll report back. It's drivable for me, so I might as well just do it. Let's go.
Bum. I'll be too broke because I am actually going to the West, but unfortunately not to frickin' That's a Nintendo where I'm going to San Francisco for a wedding, which is like,
Wow.
well,
I'm sorry.
yeah, but it's for friends. So
Why? You get to get shit faced on somebody else's dime if they have an open bar. That's
well, let's be honest. It'll be on their dime after I paid to fly and reside
No.
there. So
That's
it's still
fair.
pricey. But
Yeah.
otherwise, I would agree with you 100%.
All right, so I guess that is it for the news. We got to move on to reviews. Grant, I guess we will let you get going since you don't have any games to talk about. Unless you want to hang out with us, it's up to you.
I think what I got about another like 20. So I'll just listen to some shit. Let me
Cool.
give me some hot
Listen to the
tips,
good
some hot
games.
games, and then I'm going to take off. I'm
Cool.
just gonna
Well, do you want
disappear.
to hear about Marvel's Midnight Suns or River City Girls 2?
Oh fuck! I want to hear about both of them.
Well, there you go.
It's okay. The Midnight Suns one won't be too long.
No, I want to hear both of them. I want to hear
All right.
both of
Go,
them.
Well, then let's go. First game to talk about tonight is Marvel's Midnight Suns, developed by Firaxis Games, published by 2K, released December 1st on Xbox Series X and S, PS5, and PC for $69.99, Xbox One and PS4 for $59.99. Set in the darker side of the Marvel universe, you'll forge unbreakable bonds with the legendary Marvel superheroes and dangerous supernatural warriors in the fight against the world's greatest threat yet. Tim, I'm assuming that threat is rising game prices.
Jeez, man. It just catches me sometimes. I'm not used to it on everything. Yeah. Anyway, so Marvel Midnight Suns, a game that I really knew nothing about before I was like actually playing it. It just kind of, I don't know, fell into the milieu of random licensed Marvel DC superhero stuff. I think I just kind of internally categorized it along with Gotham Knights as something I wasn't terribly interested in. But that's completely knowing nothing about the game at all. But yeah, this is a game from Firaxis. This is a like tactical strategy, like the structure of the game is like XCOM. Which is not what I expected, or I guess it's maybe I've heard it compared to Fire Emblem Three Houses. Again, not what I expected. So yeah, you get dumped in the Marvel universe. There's some tutorial shit. The important part is when the characters wake up a corpse who is your insert for this game. Who you get to customize as a man or a lady. And that acts as your avatar in the game. You're like this hunter character. I think it's the hunter is what they call her. You are awakened to fight against your mother, Lilith, who has this evil spooky book, and you're helping some spooky Marvel friends to fight back against her. So as far as Marvel characters, you're looking at mainstays like Iron Man and Captain Marvel and Doctor Strange, and characters you might not be as familiar with, like the new Ghost Rider, Robbie Reyes, and like Nico from the Runaways, and Magic from the X-Men. I guess she was in New Mutants, but nobody watched that movie with good reason. So it's a good mix of like, mainstream and kind of like off the side Marvel characters that are, on your squad, in your team, hanging around your base. And what happens is you'll go out, you'll have a mission to go out and do. And the meat of the game, the actual tactical strategy portion, is you're dropped on a map. It's usually pretty small arenas. Like, it's not a situation where like you're running your characters around to set them up before you're even in range doing combat, which is honestly something I appreciate. That was kind of an annoying thing about Front Mission that I reviewed like last week, is that like you get into a battle and then it's like 3 turns later you're close enough to hit each other. Here you're right there. It gets you right into the action. The battles take place. It is a card-based battling system, so you're customizing your decks for each one of your superheroes. You'll be sending like 3 of them into battle at a time, and then you'll draw a certain amount of cards per turn that you can use for actions for doing damage to the enemies. You get a certain amount of redraws. Some other mechanic that I don't know. It's just totally blank on with the terms of the cards. But anyways, you get to play like 3 cards per turn. Unless, some of the cards will have abilities where you can take an extra action, or if you like, there will be these fodder enemies kind of that spawn in every turn, that, give your characters more stuff to do, and do act mechanically to enhance certain moves and boost things up and let your characters move around a bit more with positioning. But if you knock out an enemy, you will get an action back. So it makes sense to combo those types of things together. But you'll have moves that do straight damage. You'll have moves that do like area effects. You'll have moves that will move enemies around and like can knock them back into shit that you have to kind of aim. There will be hazards around an arena for you to knock, enemies into, or for you to be knocked into. And it's all pretty cool. As you progress through the game, you're unlocking more cards and more characters and customizing your decks and unlocking new strategies. And it's a fucker of a game. It is. I've seen upwards of 90 hours to complete the game. It is a beefy boy.
Oof,
you're playing, but also on the low end is like 40. Yeah. It's a big game. There's lots of side stuff to do that you can engage with. The game has like, if anyone's played Diablo, and that game has like 1 million difficulty levels, this has that. It starts you out like a normal difficulty level, but then like once you're comfortable with the mechanics of the game, you can start upping the difficulty like in real time to get better drops from enemies to like better customize your stuff, which is cool. So you can kind of tune the game as you're playing it. But outside of the battles stuff, to balance all that out, there's like all this base building and relationship building stuff where you'll have tasks to do and things to find around your base. You're researching different things. You are talking to different characters and developing relationships almost in like a Mass Effect-y kind of way, except there's no kissing, which is a big downer in my opinion. You should be able to kiss Blade and whomever else you want. There should be kissing, but there is no kissing. Yeah, it's a big bummer. But yeah, just kind of surprisingly, like it all, like it's not the most exceptional tactical strategy game I've played, but there is something that is just like, it is compelling and fun to play and like kind of ticks those video gamey boxes to like make your monkey brain engage with it and keep you engaged. So it ends up being just like a good time overall. Just like incredibly, this kind of out of nowhere, this game getting dumped in December is just like, wait, no, it's actually like pretty good, pretty solid. All around and plenty fun.
No, the game is sitting at $69.99. What are your thoughts?
Oh, you'll certainly get your hour value proposition out of that price for sure. Yeah, no, I mean it's worth it. Like you'll get your money's worth out of it for sure. I don't know if you need to go with the amount of games out right now. I don't know if you need to go sprinting to the store to get your hands on this game. Seems like something that almost certainly will be had for a lower price. Sooner than later, but yeah, no, it's good. It's worth it. Check it out.
Now, what are your thoughts on the season pass? They have a season pass available right now for $49.99, or if you buy the special Ultimate Edition, you get it for $30. So you're saving $20 if you buy the Ultimate Edition. It's going to have 4 post-launch DLC packs, each with a new playable hero, mission, enemies, and more. You're going to get Storm, Venom, Deadpool, and everybody's favorite, Morbius. What are your thoughts on the season pass? Do you think it's worth grabbing the Ultimate Edition, or what are your thoughts?
I mean, if you think you're gonna get into it, I would just say go in. I mean, like that is pretty. Like the characters are pretty substantial. Like that's not nothing. It's hard to say. I mean, you'll have to play the game to figure out if you like it enough.
It's getting Morbius. That should make it a no.
Yeah. Hey,
it's Morbin
Tim,
time.
is it Morbin time?
It's never more. Maybe just put it in the theaters one more time, baby. Just one more time for the new year. We need to get it in for the Oscars.
Yes.
It couldn't be more of a bin time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the garbage bin.
That's the joke. That's exactly the joke.
That's good. That's good. That's the shit.
All right. Next game, River City Girls 2, developed by WayForward, published by WayForward and Arc System Works, released December 15th on Xbox One, Series X and S, Switch, PS4, PS5, and PC for $39.99. The River City Girls are back and hitting the streets for an all-new beat-em-up adventure. Team up for local or online co-op and explore a massive world packed with new abilities, enemies, locations, and more. Tim, the more on this one is again with the price tag. What are your thoughts? What do you think of this game? How is it?
It is $10 more. Hey, everything's getting more expensive, but Yeah, I kind of always say games should probably cost more, anyways, for the amount of work that goes into them, especially
Agreed.
smaller developers.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Well, you teased this one earlier in the show as a potential Game of the Year candidate.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would just say it would be on my short. It might make my top 10. It was one of my favorite games that I reviewed. Let's not get crazy. It's not better than Elden Ring.
No, I said candidate. Candidate.
Yeah, even that. Well, anyways, let's just talk about the damn game.
Honorable mention.
Yeah, it is kind of like, so yeah, it's River. It's I get some background. Of course, I have a lot of history with the River City series.
You?
Yeah, I've done some things with it. And I loved River City Girls 1. That is like my favorite modern beat 'em up game. I like me a beat 'em up that gives you just like a huge move list to mess around with as you're beating the crap out of people, and that game provided that, and this game also provides that, let me tell you. Initially playing this game, I was actually kind of like, it felt a little bit more like a River City Girls 1.5 to me, and just that, early on in the game, this kind of dissipates as you move further on. They're like reusing areas, you'll see similar enemies, some of the shops are identical. They do reuse some of the music here and there, but not too much. But there is plenty of new stuff the deeper you go into the game. So it's not like it's, I don't know, it's not like they're half-assing this by any means. So yeah, you join our heroes from the first game, who get kicked out of school by a perhaps not school official Yakuza entity, and they're just like, okay, well, we're just going to go home and play video games. And then 2 months pass as they just sit on the couch at Kyoko's house playing video games, which is the explanation for why they don't have any of the moves or the stats of the previous game, which I think is pretty great. Can relate. So you start out the game, you have Misako and Kyoko again. Kunio and Ricky are available from the start. They would unlock when you finished the first game, but they're available from the start here to build from level 1. I'm trying to talk quietly because I'm afraid I'm waking up my wife. I hope not. I hope she's just rolling around and isn't going to yell at me. But we're going to get all NPR on this one. I mean, it's late, so I hope
tell us about River City Girls.
River City Girls. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I didn't play a lot of Kunio and Ricky and as much of them in the first game because you unlock them at the end, and at that point, I'd kind of like done everything. So I took them for a spin to like check out their moves and whatever. But then that was that. Misako and Kyoko, they have similar-ish movesets to what they had in the first game, with some new additions, as do Kunio and Ricky. Kunio's style is kind of based on the fact that Kunio-kun's been in a bunch of sports games, so he has a lot of moves from just like all the games that he has been in, like bicycle kicks. He has a big chomping headbutt, like he's eating a burger or something like that. Ricky has mysterious dark powers. Kyoko is kind of sports based and also being a ditzy airhead because she still has her power dab. Misako is just dirty as hell, kicking people in the balls and giving people stone cold stunners. But they have added 2 new characters. There's Pruvi, who is a breakdancer who was in River City Ransom Underground, which is a good game that I don't think anybody really played. She's cool. You unlock her the last of the main 6 characters, so I haven't spent as much time with her, but she's very quick, lots of spinny moves, very cool to have her in game. The character I've been spending the most time with is Marion, who you might know as the girl who gets punched in the stomach at the beginning of Double Dragon.
Nice.
Yeah, it is the damsel in distress from Double Dragon who, in the lore of this game, got tired of getting kidnapped and decided to get totally ripped and learn how to fight.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she is. Oh, yeah. All the characters drool over her legendary abs, and that includes the girls and the boys.
Oh, yeah. Big buff Dommy Mommy. Yes, please.
Yeah, everybody thinks Marion's hot. Yeah, she. And when she was strong enough to not get kidnapped anymore, the Lee brothers got bored and just opened up dojos in River City. And they're who you go to learn moves from.
I like that. That's funny.
Yeah. in Skullmageddon, who kidnapped her in Double Dragon Neon, is also in this game. He was in the first one as a shopkeeper, and it's kind of funny when they meet and she's just like, "Don't I know you from somewhere?" And he's like, no. She just somehow forgot the skeleton man who kidnapped her. But she's awesome because she just punches the shit out of people. She is dropping like clotheslines, big elbows. I fell completely in love when I found out she has a rolling German suplex special move. But every character has awesome moves, and there's a huge variety of stuff on their move list. You have light attacks, heavy attacks. The light attacks combo in. They have follow-up moves after as you mash the button. Heavy attacks, you got running moves using both those buttons. You have special attacks. You have grabs, you have aerial moves, and then you have modifiers on those things. So it's like if you hit up and your heavy attack, like that's one move. Down and heavy attack is usually a launcher of some sort. And then, there's modifiers on special moves. There's special moves in the air. There's grabs in the air. There's just like all kinds of stuff you can do with like air juggling and making up combos. It is what I want. It is what I want out of a brawler. And that just you have these 6 characters with these huge, extensive move lists, and so much stuff that you can do and try with them. You unlock moves by both leveling up your characters, mostly by buying them from the aforementioned Lee brothers. But there's just so much stuff. My only kind of gripe is I wish, like they have the move list, but I wish some moves had some more explanation or like a demo video. Because there's some stuff where I know the commands and I haven't been able to pull them off quite yet. That are just a mystery to me. Not like a ton of moves, but just like a few. So yeah, you get in there and I'm losing my voice.
Dude, I've been there. This past 2 weeks have been hell for me. I still don't know what I'm sick from. Not COVID. Those are negative. So
hopefully it's not
gonorrhea.
Gonorrhea of the throat from Jacob's dirty dick. No.
Whoa. So yeah, you set out on a quest. The Yakuza girl you knocked off bad time has been replaced by her much more evil dad and dumbass brother. So you're trying to take them down. And the quest takes the shape of what you would expect, and that you're running around River City, which is a pretty big freaking city. Like there's multiple huge areas with many different screens on them that you're running through. You're beating people up. You're taking their lunch money. You're using that to, buy health items, which will give you stat bonuses. You're using it to buy other items that will give you stat bonuses. You're using it to buy new moves. And you're just going around beating the tar out of people, and it feels great. And it maintains the same like great pixel style and animation of the first game. The music, like I said, they use some of the soundtrack from the first game here and there, but there's a bunch of new music that is all awesome, except for the stuff by that guy Dale North. He sucks.
I saw he was on there.
No, he has more music in this game. God, why do they keep getting work?
Big ups to Megan McDuffie, who did the soundtrack for this thing.
She's fantastic.
Some guests, Dale being one of them. That's funny.
Yeah, Dale did the music for the manga sequences in this. So there's actually more Dale music because he was just in the arcade in the first game, and that music does return when you go into the arcade. But yeah, he did. There's manga animated story sequences here and there, and Dale did that stuff. And of course, I love Dale. I've known Dale forever. Just giving him crap for no. He
did music for your horror
for silent horror. Yep,
for silent horror. Right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
And Nth Mile. And some for Resident Horror as well. Yeah, he actually did a ton of music for Nth Mile, and I don't know if people always remember that, and they probably shouldn't because that movie sucked. But his music's great. Anyways, it's way besides the point. But yeah, just fantastic music in this game, much like the first game. And you want that in a beat 'em up when you're just beating the crap out of people for hours on end. You want a really good soundtrack. It's a super important part of games in general, but I feel like beat 'em ups, especially if you got a bad beat 'em up soundtrack, like it just doesn't have the same punch to it. No pun intended. There are some moments that are kind of bad where there's like there's one boss fight I'm thinking of in particular that really like pissed me off, but I got through it. But I don't know why they decide to put platforming in beat 'em up games. It just doesn't belong there. Come on now. What else? And also just in terms of like the writing, there's just really strong nostalgia and like references to all the old games in the series. Like there is a sauna in the game that is run by Crash from Crash in the Boys Street Challenge. It's just like things that only I, as someone who has played like all of these games, will think of and notice that like, Roxy, Slick's girlfriend from the first game, is running like a vegan, snackery, little deli shop, place where you buy food from, restaurant. Jesus Christ. It's late. Just like tons of little details, like that like only real lunatics like me for the series will think of and notice and appreciate, but I think of them and notice them and I do appreciate them, and it just makes the game all that much better. It is, the game is $40, but this is a beefy game. This is not like a quick beat 'em up romp that you're going to sit down and just blow through in an hour. Like there is lots of game to explore. There is side quests to take on, which is mostly just like collectible type stuff, but it's stuff to do around the city, and some can involve going around and beating up different things. I mean, it's how you engage with the game. But yeah, there's lots to explore, secrets to find. The main quest is hours long. I am not quite done with it yet. I'm about to finish the second to last area, I think. We'll see. I've played a lot of this game over the course of the last week, and yeah, I'm still not done with it. But yeah,
I have a question.
All right, what is it?
Do any of the characters end up dating their boyfriend to go out with Marianne?
I don't know yet. We'll see how it wraps up. Yeah, I hope so. That would be.
I hope both of them do.
Yeah, honestly, if the River City Girls just ditch them. They do allude that Marion might have been in a throuple with the Lee brothers, but I don't know.
Oh God.
Weird. Yeah, or maybe it was just a joke. Maybe it was just an offhand joke. I don't know.
I mean, it would make sense, but ugh.
Yeah.
Anyway, the game's sitting at $40. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, of course, I'm gonna recommend that people buy it. I've already bought it via Limited Run Games when it was available from there, which unfortunately was like 2 months ago. For people that want to get a physical version, sorry, too late.
Only 2 more years to go.
Right.
Before you actually get it.
Yeah, especially because I ordered the damn action figures with it.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing about my, when I bought Chained Echoes, the physical, somebody was like, oh yeah, I bought some stuff from that game maker too, and I'm still waiting on this one from 2020. I was like, damn it.
Hey, just, that's
well, the world we live in now.
Yeah.
Well, you already have the game, so at least it'll just be a odd surprise in your mailbox one day.
Yeah,
exactly. Provided I still have that mailbox.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's good. It's worth buying. Go ahead, go forth and purchase.
Cool beans.
And buy the soundtrack.
I'd link to that in the chat already, but I'll link to that in the description as well. So, yeah, support that awesome Megan McDuffie soundtrack. But Tim, that is it for you. We will let you get going.
I'm done. Good night. Wow. Enjoy the next 7 reviews. Yeah.
It for the year for you. Do you have any final words before you check out for the year?
Yeah, I fucked up because I was like, after last year, I was like, I need to review less stuff. And I ended up reviewing exactly as much stuff as I did last year. So I'm a total failure. And also, this is just weird symmetry here. So my first review on the show, Joe, was what?
I don't remember.
It was River City Tokyo Rumble. It was a 3DS game. That's how you suckered me into this shit. That was the first review I did. And River City Girls 2 is, in fact, the 300th on the dot review for the show.
Wow.
And what's funny is River City Girls, the first one, I think was like 1 or 2 off from being like 200, I think. It was like really close. Yeah.
I envy that number.
I should really get good at spreadsheets. Not too late now, but...
Jacob, do you have a spreadsheet of all of them? I know I've been listing everything for you.
I work on it off and on, so
that's a no. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started with one. I kind of gave up on it, but every once in a while, I'll go back to like old episodes and do it.
Yeah, like every once in a while, like I'll hit it back up, and I think I've got like 250 of them like completely logged, like with who, like what games got reviewed, what musicians were on, and whoever got interviewed. I've got 3 separate spreadsheets running for it, but the thing is like so many of the early episodes, I'm like, oh, Joe, who did this? And he's like, I don't fucking know, man. Like, do you know what system is on?
No,
man.
Like,
Google it. What system is it on? Is it on Xbox? Then we probably reviewed it on Xbox. If it's not, then no. Good stuff.
All right, so yeah, I'm going to go to bed.
That was a good talk.
Late.
Tim, I'll see you
So,
at MagFest. Probably.
I'll see you at MagFest.
Yeah,
probably.
rock and roll high five.
I mean, I'll
Few
always
weeks.
be looking at you when you're on stage playing the guitar. So
Just wave your
there's that.
boobs at me, and I'll wave back, and then we'll
You'll notice.
hang out.
Wait, are you gonna wave your boobs too?
Are you? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's how that
God.
works. You ever been to a rock show before? I mean,
I went to MagFest 8, and no, they didn't wave their boobs at me.
oh no.
Mhm.
Here's
Okay,
okay.
you weren't on stage.
Well, oh yeah, that's true.
So, Tim, here it is. Here's what you do. When you're in the audience, you hold up a sign that says the time of your panel. If you know by then,
I hope I'll know by
you know
then.
what I'm saying? Hopefully you know by then, right? And then we'll go from there.
It's to be hoped.
Hopefully my panel isn't at that time.
Yeah, well, hopefully, yeah.
You
Yeah.
never know.
What
I
is your panel?
promise
Did they give you time yet?
What's that?
Did they give you your details for your panel yet?
No,
No.
we went over all this before you got on the show.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm waiting on my schedule. But none of my stuff should be on Thursday because I tell them not to do that because just in case something happens with driving down from Buffalo, I don't want to have to be like hustling to make a panel.
Still amazed
Right
that
out
a
of the car.
Saturday at 1:30.
1:30
1:30
What are you talking
p.m.
about?
Like mid-afternoon.
What's weird about that?
Like,
Oh,
For
For a
my panel?
oh, for your panel. Oh, I got you.
Yeah, he should. It should be AM. That like
Yeah,
that.
mine should
that
be
instant
AM.
is
Yeah,
correct.
totally.
Yeah.
People will be drunk at both times. It's fine.
What's the latest a panel runs at the MagFest nowadays?
Late.
I think the latest a panel might start is like 2 a.m. Like for
Holy
some
shit.
really
Christ.
like really racy shit.
Okay, yeah,
but, you know,
yeah.
obviously,
Thematic.
yeah. I mean,
They'll
there's
do
shit
that.
running 24/7
So the good
mag
stuff.
these days. Yeah.
They'll do
Well, I
like
was-
Q&As and screenings and kinds of stuff that goes
I
like
was-
super late. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, like when I was at MagFest 8, like they said that there was gonna be a movie room that would run 24 hours. It didn't, but yeah, like I remember like just being up at like 3 a.m. and just being like, holy shit, why is there still stuff going on? This is insane.
I'll
yeah.
never miss MagFest again. 12 years later. Jacob, you want to go to MagFest? No.
There's way too many people there.
He actually said he'll never miss MagFest again.
I had planned on going back the very next year, but I was broke for whatever reason, and then I had wife and kids, and honestly at this point, like MagFest has just gotten too big for my liking. Like I don't want to be in the same building as that many other people.
Fair.
I actually kind of don't blame you. It gets crazy.
Yeah, and it's like the MagFest I went to was like the perfect amount of like not a lot of people. Yeah, at this point it's just that's way too fucking many people for me to want to be in the same building with.
It's a different thing. If you think you're going to go to the arcade at 3:30 in the morning and actually get time on a pinball machine, you're probably wrong.
Yeah.
That's where we are now. So yeah,
You have to get there at like 7 a.m. like that.
Yeah, the morning is a winner.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Jeez.
I'm gonna drop 2 actually.
Yep.
Cool. Well,
And so
Grant, thank you so much for joining and hanging out with us. I will see you in a few weeks at the Mags. Do you have
That's
any final words yourself before you jump off?
season's greetings, motherfuckers.
That works.
Lovely.
Sorry, I'm gonna miss you at MagFest because I'm not going. But come back through Texas again.
Oh my god, I would love to. And we'll talk.
do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally. All right, all. Great year. Catch you next one.
Cool.
Good night.
Peace.
Later.
Good night.
Bye.
Later.
All right, next game, Divine Knockout, developed by RedDeerGames, published by Hi-Rez Studios, released December 6th on Xbox One, Series X and S, PS4, PS5, Steam, and Epic Games Store. Right now, there's only standard and Ultimate Founders Packs available. The standard Founders Pack is available for $24.99. The Ultimate Founders Pack is $49.99. The standard Founders Pack is also included with PlayStation Plus for December. Knock out the gods in the world's only third-person platform fighter. Become a small but mighty god of myth. Brawl in all three dimensions and knock your friends off the map to reign supreme. Jacob, what is Divine Knockout?
So pretty much, did you wish that you could play Smash Brothers on, a different console and move around in 3D instead of it having it be stuck in like a kind of 2D environment? That's pretty much what this is. Which, I mean, honestly, like, I love the idea of a Smash Brothers fighting game, but like, I just hate the execution. So if you hate that, honestly, this is something you should give a try. So pretty much you're in these like 3D arenas, and it's 3 rounds at a time, at least what I was able to play. And yeah, you just run around like whacking the shit out of other people or hitting them. I mean, Aki, I know whacking would have a different meaning for you, but
Womp womp.
So you just run around, knock the shit out of other people online.
Has like 3v3 battles, or they also have, I think, 2v2 and 1v1 as you progress further in the game and get better. They unlock the other modes to you. 3v3 and just punch and brawl and do special moves.
And you can have special moves that unlock as the round progresses because, obviously like they're timed and have a cooldown and all that kind of stuff after using them. One of the things that I really enjoyed is that like the environment constantly shifts in some of these, like whether it's just like the arena is just falling apart as you're playing, or they said it was like an earthquake or some shit like that. And so like the earth that you're standing on is like constantly like rising and falling, and you have to account for that kind of stuff when you're beating the crap out of somebody or you're trying to escape, because some of that stuff can make jumping hard. But there is like a pretty decent tutorial in it that I thought covered pretty much everything I needed to know. But honestly, I had a hard time getting games going. I mean, I do appreciate the fact that like it seems to have covered most of the world. I don't know if there was an Africa server, but there was an Oceania server, which I thought was kind of interesting. It's just like when I was playing it, like I was just absolutely whipping the shit out of everybody. So I don't know whether it was just I was playing against multiplayer bots. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm like 90% sure I was playing against bots like every single multiplayer game. And to make that slightly more annoying, that like, I appreciate knowing when I actually suck at a game. But it also...
Here, let me help you with that, always.
Thank you, Aki, thank you.
You're welcome.
But it also seems like it doesn't really like keep track of your statistics for stuff. Like there were rounds where I was knocking out a ton of characters and achievements aren't popping. But I do like see that there are people who have them, and I seem to not be the only one with this issue. So
yeah, I don't know what's going on with the achievements. I know there was one like get a divine knockout, and I got a divine knockout, and I didn't get an achievement.
Yeah, something's up with the tracking. I mean, it's fun, but if online play is going to be like this much of a ghost town, then
I haven't had any trouble finding matches though. I don't think it's a ghost town. I'm pretty sure that there's a pretty significant player base for the game, considering it's cross-platform and it's from Hi-Rez. I don't know if you're just getting bots or if you're just playing against other shitty people
who
like
just
you.
Really suck. No, because I am apparently their king. So
you were the
because
king
I'm
of
kicking
shit.
the shit out of all. Yeah, I'm kicking the shit out of them. So I don't know. I'm having fun with it though, because as I said, I don't like Smash Brothers, but I'm enjoying this. So
yeah. Well, it's $25 to get started right now. Again, hopefully in the future it goes free to play, but right now you need a Founders Pack to get in. $25 or $50 for the Ultimate Pack. What are your thoughts?
$25 honestly is a lot of a gamble for me right at the start for something that may just like never catch on. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm enjoying it, but like I don't know, man. Like, part of me would just say wait till it's free to play and then like see whether you want to spend more money on it.
That's fair.
I don't know. Like, I'm enjoying, like, as I said, I'm enjoying it, but I don't know if I want to spend that money on it, like, that much.
Yeah.
For a game that it may fizzle out. So.
All right. Well, next game is The Night Witch, developed by super awesome hyperdimensional mega team, published by Team 17, released December 2nd on Xbox One, Series X and S, Switch, PS4, PS5, and PC for $19.99. From fast-paced shoot-'em-up gameplay to devastating enemy-shattering spells, wield your magic to bring down the toughest and scariest of enemies and upgrade your powers with outrageous self-enhancements like machine gun or triple shot. Pernell, we talked about The Night Witch with Enrique last episode. What are your thoughts on the game? What did you think of it?
I would say my thoughts still hold up on it as being, because on that interview, I had a good sense of promise in it and what little I played of it. And since then, I played a bit more of it, and I came away feeling very pleased with the outcome that they have in this title. So the idea is you play as a young lady who is pretty much a night witch in training, more so. Like, she was a night witch, but she didn't quite get the role per se. But when disaster strikes in her community, I'm not going to go into the whole narrative because it's like a whole intricate plot about living underground and all that kind of stuff. But when disaster strikes and the actual Night Witch appointees are unavailable, she kind of takes up the helm. She gets officially crowned as a Night Witch herself, and she goes on the mission of trying to help save her home from a corrupt emperor who wants to claim, dominion over her community. But of course, being a game of this nature, not all is as it seems, and that would be a bit of the spoiler, being like things that are, a little different from the narrative plot. But we're not really here to talk about that anyway. We're here to talk about the gameplay and whether or not this game measures up as being something you want to get down with in your home or domicile. And the answer is, I guess that depends. So I guess they kind of described it as being like a Metroidvania, bullet hell, card management gameplay system. And that's not too far off from what it is, because the game consists of you exploring different environments through a series of interconnected rooms. And in those rooms, your character maneuvers by flying. It's pure flying. There's no platforming in this game. And as you fly around, you'll occasionally be accosted by various enemies. And when this occurs, you will unload on them hellfire from your gun. Because as a Night Witch, you can fire bullets. And when you fire bullets in this game, it's a little different from a lot of other games of this style, because if you hold down the fire button but hold no direction, she gets a sort of instinct shot, which will home in on enemies, or at least fire in the direction of those enemies, without you having to aim for them. However, the penalty for that is that you'll do a little less damage with each bullet. If you choose to aim using the right thumbstick, however, you'll aim shots at the enemy in the direction you press, and your bullets will do a little bit more damage. Admittedly, this game does not screw around when it comes to combat, though. It's not quite cave in a lot of ways, but it's cave in enough ways that there are going to be definite times, even early in the game, where you're going to find yourself saying, screw that, I can't concentrate and aim this gun. I'm just going to fly around, hold the bullets, or as we like to call it in the industry, spray and pray. You're going to spray and pray shots and hope for the best. And that's fine, because with the instinct shot, you don't have to pray much. It's just going to take a little longer to kill them is all. Now, it's not just about the gunplay that you have in this game, because you're actually a witch. You have magic, and magic comes in the form of spell cards. Each card requires a certain number of mana orbs to power it, which means if you have the orbs and you hit the button corresponding to it being one of the three face buttons on the front of the controller, you will trigger one of those cards at the cost of the mana. You get more mana by defeating enemies and sometimes destroying destructible objects on the map to acquire replacement orbs. And it's interesting because you build your spell card deck out of a set of 6 possible slots and a great number of cards that you can use to occupy those slots. Whenever you use a card, it goes to the discard pile, so to speak, the proverbial discard pile, and another one from your deck comes up. Which card comes up is completely random. And that's perfectly fine, because on one hand, you might be thinking to yourself, well, that's bullshit. I want the card to come up after that one. That's my combo. Well, if you want it that badly, you might want to stack your deck to have that specific card multiple times, possibly, because you can get multiples of the same card either by finding them on the map or through an NPC who will take resources to copy cards for you.
And you can eventually have more than 6 in a deck as well. Like they do have ways to expand it.
Yeah, buddy. But ultimately, when you get the cards, though, you'll want to make sure that you pad them out in the way that either A, you're comfortable with whatever cards come up when they come up, or if you're relying on a very specific combination of those cards, you have multiples of those cards in your inventory so that you can pull them out. There's more of a chance of you getting the cards you want when they appear. So that ends up being much of the gameplay there. And it's interesting because I found myself dying a lot, but I was okay with dying a lot. Because whenever I do die, the penalty, at least from what I could tell, wasn't too great. It kicked you back to the last place you saved. Or rather, not so much save, because it's auto-save too, but there's like actual like beacon points where the game will like be used as a checkpoint. It'll kick you back there. And you can kind of fly back to your next destination and try again. Though sometimes the next boss you got to go to, if you died at a boss, it might be a bit of an annoying truck to get back to the boss because now you got to deal with, defeating all these enemies again that stood your way on route. Though a lot of times the boss chamber might be 1 or 2 rooms away, so it's not grueling.
Yeah.
If anything, I would say the rough thing, though, if this is intentional, if there's something you patch in, I'm cool with that. Or just tell me to suck it up. It's either way. But there is a place in the game where you can spend resources that you collect by defeating enemies as currency to purchase upgrades from like a skeletal baker, the necro baker. I got the name wrong and just killing me. That's how late it is. But I love the fact that they're undead bakers and they're fantastic. They bake armor for you and you wear it. The armor just gets destroyed in hits, 1 or so hits. And when it does get destroyed, depending on the type you bought, you might get some sort of buff or upgrade or resource to compensate for the loss. If you're anything like me, you buy this more so for the extra damage you can take than the actual buff. But if you buy this armor and then manage to get to a checkpoint with it, say to attempt to beat a boss, and the boss defeats you, you go back to the checkpoint, but you don't come back with the armor you had when you first reached the checkpoint to mark it. So if you find yourself in need of having that armor, you're going to go back to spend money to buy another one. Now, in some respects, not some respects, genuinely, I can respect that because it doesn't allow you to use that armor as a crutch, I guess, because if you go and try to buy it and you lose with it, well, that might say, well, maybe you should hold off on buying more armor until you get a comfortable understanding of how the boss interacts with you. And then when you're like, this is going to be the one, this is the attempt, go get that armor and then try it again. So it's not really like a damning aspect of the game. It's just a thing I just point out and mention.
No.
But I got to say, though, it makes me sad that it came out when it did, because if it came out somewhere earlier in the year, I do feel like this could have probably made it up the ladder on that list of games I mentioned earlier in the episode. I genuinely do like this game. I like the characterizations. Like the narrative isn't like particularly like revolutionary per se, but I do like the character interactions. I like the dialogue. I like the idea that you level up your character by becoming more popular. The more you save people, that whether they're like locked up on the map in cages and you rescue them, or you do a PR stunt. to actually rally the citizens to believe in you. Your character will gain experience specifically in this way. So destroying enemies does not level you up. You level up by helping people, which is honestly kind of sweet. Which actually reminds me, I should mention this too. When you do level up by accessing enough support, you will get a link level up bonus. And there are 2 ways in which you can level up in this game. There is night levels or night stats and witch stats. Night stat, leveling up the night area gives you new skills, or not skills, but it's like buffs that pertain to your gunplay. So your rate of fire will increase, or you'll just do more damage, stuff like that. And the witch side of things, if you decide to spend your level up on the witch side, you'll get skills that help you cast spells quicker more powerfully or for cheaper or what have you. Just ways to make it so it's easier and more damaging to pull off spells.
Yeah.
Personally, I hammered on the gunplay first because sometimes I was too flustered to just fire shots. I didn't have time to look over at the right and see what spell I was going to cast. I was like, screw it. So get that gun up, and then mana can come later. Yeah. Though, admittedly, if you don't bump it up so soon, you'll be regretting it because you want to cast stronger spells. But all in all, I think this game is great. There is a cheat menu. We did mention that in the interview.
Yeah, if you want to hear more about the game, definitely go back, listen to the last episode, check out the interview with the game developer, Enrique Cortz of super awesome Hyperdimensional Mega Team. It was awesome having him back on the show. Did you check out Rise and Shine yet? Did you get a chance to look at that one yet or no?
I wish I did. It's been a busy week.
Yeah.
But I'm looking for
check that one out over the break, but this one is $20. What are your thoughts on it?
Oh, it's easily worth the money. The only reason I would say to possibly make it a try in some people's cases is, again, it is challenging. Like this isn't like baby's first shmup per se, though Joe brute forced the cheat codes and got some pretty sweet options in that.
Yeah,
that made the game a lot easier for him. So that is an option for you. Plus, the cheats themselves are hidden in the game as well. But as long as you're okay with walking into a potential challenging game, I don't think you can go wrong with this. This is probably one of my favorite games I've played this year. It's a quality, solid product. I only wish I gave it a better job of a review for it because they deserve it. This is a good game.
Well, we can always talk about it again after the break if you want. So.
Oh, sure. I would do that.
But next up, we got to move on. Next game is Wally and the Fantastic Predators, developed and published by Cool as Heck Games, released December 20th on Xbox One Series X for $14.99. So that comes out next week. While we are on break, your best friend wants to cheer you up, so he tries to make a dungeon for you to explore. Explores wholesome, weird as heck, scrappy roguelite oozing with charm and humor for 1 to 2 players. Jacob and Aki, both of you check this one out. What do the two of you think of Wally and the Fantastic Predators?
He can go first. He's probably played more than I have.
Jacob, what is Wally and the Fantastic Predators? Jacob, what is Wally and the Fantastic Predators?
For fuck's sake. Okay, in this, you play as, I believe it's a fox of some sort.
Jacob died on his way to the bathroom.
As long as he tripped down the stairs, I'm fine. It's a twin stick shooter.
I just realized my mic's been off the whole time.
You fucking moron.
Yeah, I do it so I don't like make noise during other people's reviews, but like here I am being like, no, Aki, you should do it. No, Jacob should do it. I was like, Jacob, how is it? What? Like nobody's responding to anything I say. Anyway, go on.
Now you know why.
Okay, you're here. You can do it now.
No, go on.
God, just go on. The show's long enough. Someone fucking review the
game. I only played that one day during the show where we had the interview. So.
All right, so you play as this fox, like who is this like adventurer kind of guy, and like there is like a storyline to it that I haven't reached yet, but apparently you're doing it to help like your friend who's like really too afraid to go on like quests, and so like you're doing all the ass kicking while they're like holding all your shit in their backpack. And what is nice is that you can always hug your companion whenever you feel like it, and you get into all these different levels, which I believe that they're randomized. And you just have to clear out all the enemies. Sometimes if you have bombs, you can use those to break open walls, which will have treasures and other weapons that you can grab during your adventure. And then after that's done, you get like multiple choices. I mean, of what you want to do next. Like you can either buy some weapons upgrades, or you have like you can decide like where you're going to go next. And the game will tell you like this is like this one's going to have this kind of stuff. This one will have this. And some of the levels will begin with like either like a bonus or a curse, which of course you can plead your cases to like, oh, I don't want to do it. I'm like, I'm not good enough. I always went with the curse just because I figured it would, do better for me.
Why not?
Right. So,
bats are more aggressive. Yeah. Fuck it, I'll take them all out.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, bats are more aggressive. Fuck it, I'll take them all out.
Oh! I thought you said your cats were aggressive, and I was just like,
no, my cats are cool. Simon's just chilling on my lap right now, hanging out, purring up a storm.
Well, anyway, I'm trying to review a game, Joe.
You're doing a piss poor job.
Yeah, I know. I always do. Anyway, so it's just like you just keep moving through everything, and if you die, you get a chance to like come back, and it's like, oh, get me out of here, or as I said, get me out of here, or you can retry the level. That first boss that you ever have to face up against, it's like a faux lion or something like that. It's like a cross between like a fox and a lion, and it just automatically decimates everything in your way. That thing was an absolute pain in the ass to try to kill. The game is honestly the game is honestly pretty tough. I do appreciate the fact that there are some accessibility features to make it so you could just go through the game and obviously, you're invincible and stuff like that, but it's still fun to imagine that, I'm kicking ass and taking names.
I'm bummed that you can put you could put cheats on in the game to give you like infinite health and stuff like that, but it
blocks the achievements. Yeah, I was a little disappointed with that too.
They do have an easier mode, a sword mode in the game that you can unlock and access to the very right of the overworld map area thing. And it makes it a lot easier in my eyes to play the game with a sword. You do a lot more damage. You can attack a lot quicker. I got through a few of the bosses that way. It's just a really fun, entertaining game. And I think this one's going to slip under a lot of radars, but it's something that people should definitely check out.
And I do like the fact that there are daily and weekly challenges.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it gives you a reason to keep coming back like every day, if anything, just to knock those things out. So,
no, it's $15. You could pre-order it now. What are your thoughts?
I mean, aside from the difficulty, but I mean, there are things to help you with it. I mean, I really enjoyed it. So $15. Yeah, cheap ass Jacob is okay with that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I enjoyed the game. I had a lot of fun with it. I wish the developer was able to spend more time talking with us about it, because I had a lot of fun with the game. It's cute. It's adorable. It's addictive. It keeps me coming.
And you can hug the fox.
You can hug the fox. It's adorable. It's such a cute, adorable game. And I hope people check it out. I hope the dev listens to this and goes back and changes it so that if you decide to use the accessibility or the cheats, it doesn't disable achievements.
Amen.
Yeah. I would also like to say I love the writing for the game, and also if you go up on the dev's website, it pretty much reads like my Twitter posts, just with less penis jokes.
Yeah.
So nothing like your Twitter jokes then.
Yeah.
How would you know? You haven't been on Twitter for 2 months.
I'm on Twitter almost every day.
Are you back?
No, my main account's still blocked.
Oh, okay.
I run another account, so I'm on there all the time.
Ooh.
Until that one gets banned. Next game to talk about is Raptor Boyfriend, a high school romance developed by Adrift and Ratalaika Games, published by eastasiasoft, released December 14th on Xbox One, Series X and S, Switch, PS4, and PS5 for $13.99. Raptor Boyfriend, a high school romance, is a dating sim about a teen girl who moves to a small secret community of cryptids. Romance, a magical fairy, a sensitive Sasquatch, and a bold velociraptor, a satirical 90s teen drama about trying to find love in your last year of high school. Kris, Brooke couldn't get this one because she has actual obligations with Activision right now, so it fell on you. What is going on in Raptor Boyfriend, a high school romance?
I before the review begins, I would just like to say I was very disappointed that I didn't get to review this one because it sounded like last.
You could have had it.
No worries.
All right. Well, Raptor Boyfriend. So this is a visual novel / dating sim, as stated. You play as Stella, whose name doesn't rhyme with any other cryptid dating, fictional women, who is basically having to start at a new high school in Ladle, which is someplace in Canada, which certainly doesn't sound like Forks, Washington. And then she falls into a friend circle of cryptids, and one Robert Raptorson, who is
oh my god,
who is a rad raptor.
A rad raptor.
If you couldn't tell already by my like hints here, it is a dating sim. It is a visual novel, but it very much like takes some cues from Twilight, right? So we got Stella instead of Bella, and it's basically that you befriend and potentially date one of three creatures who are also high school students. You've got Robert, who is the skateboarding raptor who wears the Marty McFly type jacket and does pranks. He's the cool extroverted type. And then you have Taylor, who is he's the Bigfoot, and he's more introverted. He's in a band. He plays guitar with bad effects.
And you know what they say about guys with big feet?
Yes.
They wear big shoes.
I guess. Well, the interesting, I actually really like that they went that direction with a Bigfoot character, that he's quiet and shy and, kind of down on himself, because that means that Bigfoot needs to believe in himself, right? Anyway.
That was funny.
Thank you.
I just want to say I'm very proud that I didn't get any of the Twilight references, because I've never seen them. And I never.
Well, okay.
Oh God,
you're so fucking lucky.
I've seen all of them, but I watched them with riff tracks, and that's a great time.
Not even enough to get me to do it.
That's fine. I really like riff tracks, so I'll watch some bad fiction for riff track stuff. But okay. So the main character in Twilight is called Bella, and this girl is called Stella. And the, Robert and Taylor are the names of the actors that play the two love interests, who are a vampire and a werewolf, respectively. It's Robert Pattinson, which is Robert Raptorson in this, and then Taylor Talto or something like that, who's, Taylor Lautner. Anyway, and then they threw in a girl. Her name is Day. She doesn't have any kind of parallel in Twilight. I think they just needed to have a girl. She is a fae, a fairy type of lady, but she already has, or she has antennae on her head and stuff. And so basically, you start this game, you get to know these folks. The game is split up into 7 chapters. And in each chapter, you have basically a chance to, win points with one of the characters. Now, the game, this isn't like one of your high-end visual novels, in the sense that, if you try to flirt with somebody, you've actually accidentally screwed it up, and now you've lost points with them. The game does not trick you. Literally, it's very, very plain what you're doing and what you're going for. It's more about the enjoyment of the story than trying to fool you with tricks and hidden stuff. I mean, I'm sure there's hidden stuff, but you befriend these characters, and then each character kind of has a second character that kind of gets in the way and also has to be kind of befriended and kind of dealt with in different ways. So, your raptor boyfriend has his lifelong friend, who is a girl, and who is very concerned about his reckless behavior and his stunts that he's always pulling, and his pranks, and how he's not taking life seriously. The type, the stick in the mud, essentially.
The annoying bitch.
Yeah. Brandon's bandmate is also the town drug dealer, and he is, I don't know his problem. I stuck with the Bigfoot guy the least, so I did not get to know Brandon, the drug dealer. So,
not in my good Christian suburbs.
Yeah, really. And Day is haunted by a ghost of a girl who died the previous year. So you have to make peace with a ghost. I don't know if you can secretly date the ghost. I think that would be funny. But
I saw that on Star Trek: The Next Generation once.
Yeah, I mean, there was this whole thing with Demi Moore and Patrick Swayze about dating ghosts, as I understand. Anyway.
As you understand. Uh-huh.
So, here's
I've
the
heard.
thing. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. The game is very sincere. It has jokes. Obviously, it does. You date a freaking raptor in it. Velociraptor, by the way, not like the bird of prey, like an actual dinosaur. And again, you could date Bigfoot. You could date the Fae named Day. But, you know, I went for the dinosaur because I was like, it's on the tin. I need to date the freaking dinosaur.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it has depth to it. Like, you know, these are high school students who are unsure about their lives and their futures and stuff like that. And they go through the usual drama trying to discover themselves and, like, figure out what they're all about and all this stuff. It's all played out, like, pretty sincere, which makes the comedy of it, like, pretty good, actually. There's not a lot of wacky situations in this, which I'm conflicted over. I kind of like when stuff is just absurd and silly, but I also like when things have like a bit of heart to it. So,
this one's sitting at $13.99. What are your thoughts on it?
This one's actually worth a genuine look. Like I said, it's definitely not like the Colonel dating sim where it's just making fun of romance. It's like it actually does have some sincerity to it and stuff. It's not. But it is in a ridiculous premise, and, it's not super deep, but it's deep enough. Length of it's about 2 to 3 hours, I think, straight through. You can replay parts, you can skip. You have 18 save slots. That's another good thing. Art's good, music's good. Yeah, I'd say it's a buy it for a fan of this sort of thing.
Cool, sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, next up is Togges, developed by Regular Studio, published by Thunderful Publishing, released December 6th on Xbox One, Series X and S, Switch, PS4, PS5, and PC for $19.99. A game unlike anything you've played before. Plunge into the colorful world of Togges. This unforgettable sandbox adventure is a combination of both something new and totally familiar. Jacob, what is this game?
So Togges is very much a combination. Like, it has like the humor and off the wall writing that you would expect from like the Katamari series, and the characters are very much set up like it. And the rest of it is just this. It's kind of like it's an odd setup for it, but it's almost set in kind of like more of like a Super Mario Sunshine thing. In terms of like you have to use, actually, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That was like my, that was like my first, like the first game that came to mind with it. But later on in the game, I don't know if that applies so much. But anyway, you're using these little Togges. First off, let me correct that. You're actually you are controlling this little thing that looks like a Roomba on steroids. And you're getting a job from the king president of the galaxy or universe, very much like the kind of like king of the cosmos from Katamari. And you're applying for an internship to help with like their expansion of, documenting everything in the universe possibly. And you are in control of the Togges, which are these like little brick or block like characters that, they love their king president and all that kind of stuff. And he pretty much just commands you, all right, I need you to go from point A to point B, and you have to figure out how to do it. And these Togges, you have to start at a certain point, and like a particular point in the level, and then you are able to use them you can stack them, you can have them like just run in straight lines if you want to, but the Togges must touch at least one other Togge, and you're going to use these to just get from point A to point B, and you can use other things like collecting fruits, which Togges love and helps anchor them to certain areas. But you'll also discover colors, which once you start processing Togges of a certain color, they'll have certain abilities. Like one of them is immune to yellow is like immune to like electricity, but it also eats up two times as many like Togges as you're able to use. Red is like the most universal one, but it can only like be stacked like so high. And with as far as I got, I also found like black ones, which could be put over like spike pits, and stuff like that. And so a lot of it is trying to finagle like the controls in the camera to figure out where exactly you're going to go next. That was my main issue with the game.
Camera and a 3D platformer, not helpful? Say it ain't so.
I
Kris,
know.
have you ever heard of camera issues in a 3D platformer?
What? Why would a camera do that to you? It's supposed to work for you, not against you.
I know, surprisingly. But yeah, like, so most of the time I spent trying to fight the camera just to figure out where the heck I was supposed to go. And even then, the tutorial doesn't fully explain things. Like, it took me a while to be able to get through the first door, and nothing seemed to be working. Like, I was connecting toggles to it. Like, and honestly, I still don't quite understand how I made it past the first level because, you know, the issues I had later on, it doesn't seem to work. But the game is pretty gentle with making it so, you know, you don't feel like you're failing and stuff like that. What you could do is that if nothing seems to be working, there is like a hint system that you can use. However, you can also suck up all the Togges, except for the ones that are attached to a fruit, because those are they're just stationary for the rest of the level. But you're allowed to pick up the Togges and suck them all back up, and so you can then figure out where you need to go next. It's not a bad, like, I mean, it's definitely not bad. Like, it's an interesting puzzle platformer kind of game. In my opinion, I felt like the writing was better than the game itself, unfortunately, but it was still kind of fun. Like, I think gamers who are fond of like the Katamari series wish that there was another entry. This might scratch that itch. Like, it very much has like the same kind of sense of humor, an offbeat premise, but you know, I think it still needs some work, but it's at the very least it's a try it.
All right, sounds good. Next game, Adventure Academia: The Fractured Continent, developed by Acquire, published by PQube, released December 9th for PS4 and Switch for $39.99. Adventure Academia: The Fractured Continent is a fully fledged strategy RPG set in the world of Class of Heroes. Create your own party of students in a fantasy realm, pick them up, and guide them to victory against the monster hordes. Pernell, what is going on in Adventure Academia?
In Adventure Academia, you control a character who goes by the name of Alex as he explores the land to solve the mysteries of why everything's become a labyrinth and also to locate his missing father. The gameplay in this regard consists of you going from area to area. And on these areas, let me retract a little bit first before you even get to that. To go to these areas, you need to actually compose yourself with I'm tired. Last time.
The game's $40. What are your thoughts? No.
Never. I'm going to get this right, damn it. I don't know what's up with me tonight. In this game, before you can even proceed with engaging in the stages, you have to actually form a class of heroes, a party. And this is done at the university that you start the game at. You go to the school and you have to choose between a number of different races, approximately like 9 or so. And each of these races, when you choose a character, you also are given 3 random characteristic traits for them, which helps to determine what their base stats will be. Once you choose a number of these characters, you form a party of up to 6 people, and now you are able to officially go out into the world and do some damage. Now, this game reminds me a little bit more of something akin to maybe something like Phantom Brave or something, because initially, you can't just summon a bunch of characters. You don't start the level and just like have all your guys out on the field ready to go. Instead, when you start a map, you are tasked with a particular mission, usually destroying some sort of like monster spawning hub or defeating a boss. But initially, it's just your main character, Alex. Unfortunately for him, he is incapable of attacking enemies or doing any form of damage. He is a literal sitting duck. However, fortunately for him, he is in possession of an item called the Ruler Orb, which allows him to summon students from the school directly to the battlefield, which is actually pretty funny when you really think about it. But it's good for a gameplay mechanic, that's for sure. When you start out, you choose who you want to summon. Initially, you can only summon 2 characters. But once you bring them out, they are in the field, placed in a location within a proximity of Alex. And then, naturally, based on their move stat, they'll just kind of start to move forward. Usually, if Alex is moving in a direction, they may start moving in that direction as well. In addition to that, if enemies are present nearby, they generally will move towards those enemies and kind of just start wrecking shop on them. If you find yourself in a position where you are uncomfortable with how a character is doing, maybe they're getting their ass handed to them, or you feel as though their position is kind of not what you want it to be, you can literally scroll over to them, pluck them off the ground, and move them somewhere else. But again, when you pick them up, you can only place them down within a certain number of tiles away from Alex. As time progresses, a sort of an MP-esque bar will slowly go. Let's just go with SP on this, though. Will start to tick up. And after a certain point, you'll start seeing the words rank up appear over your characters at the bottom of the screen. Every character in your party can rank up. And when you do so, they are able to get a little bit more, damage out of their attacks, to absorb a little bit more damage. Basically, just their stats get a slight tinge in the positive direction. However, with Alex, when you rank him up, he's slowly able to summon more characters onto the field, in addition to getting more hit points so he can absorb more blows if someone manages to get through your party line. So this game ends up becoming this weird tug of war of where you're maneuvering Alex to get him and then by in turn the entire party to a particular goal destination, or to interact with like treasure chests, which you can find on the map sometimes, or locate hidden switches or what have you. But in addition to that, also just making sure your characters don't get their asses handed to them when they're doing damage on your behalf for you. They also have access to spells, though the spells are more limited in that scope because every race has one specific special thing that's attributed to them. Though sometimes it'll be a spell that hurts enemies, other times it'll be a spell that buffs up that character or other party members or heals them. And you can use your SP to also utilize those skills too. When you win a level, you will gain access to experience points, which allows your characters to level up. You'll also gain some treasure items, which you can use to equip your characters. And items that you can equip can give basic stat bumps, but also occasionally have a trait attributed to them as well. These traits are random, but when you get them, they are pretty much just like general buffs, like a HP bump, or an attack buff, or a movement buff. Though unfortunately, sometimes it's hard to tell how much of a bump those things give you. Things like hit points and attack, pretty straightforward because you can look at their stats in the corner. But the move bonus, it just has a percentage, and I never really quite see the difference there. Maybe I just blinded a little bit in that regard. But in the end, I guess you'll just notice them when they're running around the field slightly faster than they were before. Over time, you'll also be able to go back to the university to level your characters up more permanently, because after each map, those aforementioned rank ups I mentioned go away, and you have to do it again for the next battle. That's pretty much how they resolve the concept of ramping up battles in gameplay, ranking up people and making them stronger as you go. But to actually level them up, you have to do it at the university. You spend SP points to do that as well. More SP. There we go. SP is the permanent stat item, and I'm going to go with MP for the battles for the leveling up. But you'll spend the SP currency to actually permanently level your characters up. They'll get stat bumps in that regard as well, but they'll also be able to gain new traits. So each character gets 4 trees of stats they can upgrade. Think of it as like grades in high school: freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. Initially, every character is a freshman, but as you spend enough of your SP on them, they'll pretty much level up through the ranks to get all the studies done in that grade level, which in turn means they get new buffs and skill bonuses. Eventually, you'll be able to advance them to another level. Like I said, like a sophomore, junior, or senior, and then they can get more buffs that way. And all these things stack. So you don't lose your freshman bonuses when you become a sophomore, and so on and so forth. So it becomes a bit of an addictive loop going through that process as well. Funny enough, though, the game is not really complicated. You'll be doing a lot of pick up and pluck, that's for damn sure. But I honestly didn't find the game to be too taxing on me. It's fun, in a way that I wasn't expecting, because at first I was kind of annoyed by it. The idea that I can't control my characters, the fact that, I don't know, the fact that the main character is kind of a sod. But in the end, it works out in execution, especially when you start getting the maps where enemies are just flooding the screen and you're trying to use pulverizing windows to spread them out in mass so you can have to give them a bit of breathing room to advance your party forward. It's a lot of fun in that regard. And if you've played the previous Class of Heroes games, you'll probably appreciate this too, because you'll see all the old all the old race types come back in new artwork, the Diablos and the freaking gnomes and the dwarves. Which honestly, the gnomes are my favorite because they look more like robots in this game, but I digress. But it's a lot of fun to sit there and see these characters get revitalized, because Class of Heroes hasn't had a showing since like 2015, 14 maybe. It was on the PSP and the PS3. So it's been a minute. So I'm perfectly fine with this game. I had a good time playing it, and it was a bit of a left field revival too. So hopefully this game sees a little bit of success, and we might start seeing more Class of Heroes products make a lineup in the future.
Cool. Well, this one's $40. What's your thoughts?
I'd give it a buy. It is fun. I enjoyed it. It's a little different, but worth a try.
Cool. Works for me. Next up, Jacob. Broken Universe Tower Defense, developed by Jinthree Studio, published by RedDeerGames, released December 2nd on Xbox One, Series X and S for $9.99. She's nowhere to be found, and the only one who can save her is the raccoon. Wait, no. What the hell am I reading?
No, you're reading. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Kaboom. The explosion wrecked the entire universe. One might even say that it's broken. Rocco, with the help of a ragtag group of scientists, needs to protect his ship from incoming attacks. Jacob, what's going on in Broken Universe Tower Defense?
So with this tower defense game, you are playing this character who controls like a little mini scout ship. And you have to collect all of these resources off of these different planets, or shards of the planet that just like split in half. And as you're doing this, there's all these like little like alien bug things that keep popping up, and as with other tower defense games, you have to like build walls, you build sentries, you build all sorts of other stuff, and you upgrade them. Honestly, I was pleasantly surprised with the tutorial for this one. I think it covered everything pretty well for this, especially for somebody who doesn't play tower defense games all that much. But yeah, so there's a timer on each level, and you pretty much just have to survive until that timer is over. In which case, like, your main mothership comes, picks you up, and we get some more plot, or we just have a new level to play. And then you can like upgrade stuff while you're on your ship, and then you just go off to the next adventure, and set up more stuff, harvest more stuff, wait for you to get bailed out, and then go on to the next one. It was pretty fun to play. I mean, it didn't exactly blow me away. I did like the story and the characters and the art with it. But honestly, it was just a really solid tower defense game, which, I mean, I do appreciate. I didn't really have any qualms with it, other than I found it to like the difficulty seemed to ramp up pretty quick after the tutorial. But otherwise, I had fun with it. I thought it was solid.
I have a gripe and kind of a praise for the game all in one. I like that they stagger how long it takes to unlock everything in the game. That way it's not overwhelming you with everything at once. But I do kind of wish it unlocked a little quicker. It's like complete World 4 before you could do this. Like, come on, man. Just let me fucking figure out what this shit is.
I mean, that would be kind of interesting if there was like a difficulty level, like, that was just like, yes, I'm very familiar with tower defense games. Let me do this.
I also like that the levels are very open to how you want to take care of it. If you want to block a certain path and route all the enemies around one way, you can. If you want to have them go straight on and go right down a hallway of death, you can do that. There's different bonuses depending on where you set your ship. You could gain extra bonuses for doing a harder route. I think it's really cool. $10. What's your verdict?
For $10, absolutely.
Cool.
Even if you're not a fan of tower defense games, you should definitely at least check it out. But for $10, totally.
Cool. All right. One final game to talk about tonight is GRIS, developed by Nomada Studio, published by Devolver Digital, released December 13th on Xbox Series X and S and PS5 for $16.99. GRIS is a hopeful young girl that lost in her own world, dealing with a painful experience in her life. Her journey through sorrow is manifested in her dress, which grants new abilities to better navigate her fated reality. Aki, tell us what's going on in GRIS.
Tell us what GRIS is about, stud.
Okay, I don't even want to be in here anymore thanks to that. Thank you.
Is GRIS the word?
No.
Shut up, Jacob. This is long enough.
This is basically a very easy platforming / walking sim type of game.
It's more of like an experience than a game at some points.
Yeah. You do get a few different abilities. I remember one of them was making you really heavy so wind wouldn't send you flying and stuff. It's been a while since I've played this.
I dabbled with it on the PS5 to check out some of the new features. Some of the
I did it back when it first came out.
Yeah. You're filling in the blanks that I can't tackle as host because I'm bad at my job. But the game on PS5 is absolutely jaw-droppingly beautiful. The visual art and the style in this game is second to nearly nothing. It is just such a beautiful, stylistic game.
Yeah, it was very pretty on Steam as well, way back when. It is a very beautiful game. And I like the way it deals with because you're going through the stages of grief is basically what all the levels are, and it's interesting. I'm not one who's particularly for, what's the meaning behind this? To me, a dog is just a fucking dog.
Can you pet the dog?
No. Because usually they're in paintings. I mean, I guess technically you can pet a painting, but you'd look like a fucking moron doing it. But I mean, hey, you be you, I guess. So yeah, I really liked it. It was pretty nice the whole way through. I didn't have any complaints about the game. It was really well done. All the abilities that you get are spaced out, and you get them when you need them. And you don't particularly need them too greatly outside of that. They do help you with a few puzzles otherwise, but the game's very simple, very straightforward. It's just something that you get to sit there and just enjoy, which is really nice.
And again, just the style, the music is just such a treat to experience. It's such a gorgeous, I can't get over the art in this game.
Good. It was made to be beautiful, and I'm glad it's still beautiful.
Kris, did you get to dabble with this one at all?
Nope.
I
was gonna play some. Well, I bought it on Switch a long time ago, so I don't have a review copy. So don't get mad at me, GRIS people. I actually paid money for it, but I did whip it out once or twice, and yeah, it is very pretty. But I didn't get too far in it. It was mostly to show other people and just let them play it, and I could watch it. But yeah, basically I was gonna play some after Raptor Boyfriend, but I didn't realize that Raptor Boyfriend was as long as it was, so I literally rolled credits on Raptor Boyfriend as Joe was introducing it for my review. So
wow,
yeah, I had zero time to actually play it except for over the tower defense review, which I didn't do.
Oh, geez. Well, GRIS is a beautiful game. It's a cool little Zen-like experience that you could just go through and just take in and absorb. It's $17. Personally, I am going to buy it on Xbox because I got a PS code and I want to play it on Xbox, so I'm going to buy it. Aki, what about you? What do you think?
I really liked it. I think it's totally worth buying.
I already bought it, so I guess buy it's my answer too.
Jacob, what about you?
Sure. Totally.
All right. Well, that is
At
it for this
least you managed
segment.
to read it.
Our reviews are done. Jacob, stick around. You and I have some more shit to do. Aki, you might be here for it. I don't know because we didn't record it yet. Pernell and Kris, we will let you two get going. Do either of you have any final thoughts or final words on 2022 in the show?
2022 kind of sucked as a year, but
Yeah,
man,
I'm really
there's plenty
hoping
of
for a
good
better
games.
year.
I love how you guys are giving
It's
final
all-
words.
yeah,
I
You're not
asked
leaving.
for Jacob and Aki to stick around, and I asked for Kris and Pernell to give some words, and instead Jacob and Aki
They
can't
took too
shut
fucking
their
long.
goddamn mouths.
Hey, I gave them like 10 seconds, and that was more than enough.
You didn't even give us 10 seconds. Let's be honest.
Yes,
here.
I
You were
did.
like,
I
"Whoa."
just didn't give you 10 seconds after
Come on,
Jacob
stop
talked.
it.
That's all.
All right, guys,
Final
stop
words.
It. All right,
Final words.
everyone arguing about like I gave you 10 seconds. That was enough. Joe
Final
is having
words.
Joe is having nom flashbacks of being in the bedroom. All right,
Joe,
No, it's just
Final
there's
words.
truncate silence, and there will be no 10-second delay. So
I'm gonna
Pernell,
spend
tell
them-
us.
I'm going to spend the rest of my 2022 practicing the shrunken disc play there. And also, I don't know, everybody do well, sleep well, enjoy time with your families, and honestly, just kind of taking the rest of the year as you can because time is fucking moving. And those are my final words. Have a good evening, guys.
Kris, what about you?
we love you, Pernell.
I'm just gonna say, like, in light of like some stuff that's come up, don't let people tell you what to do and what's right and what's good or bad. Like, embrace the chaos, stare into the abyss, and thrive.
Fall into the abyss of my gaping butthole.
All right. Anyway, Jacob, Aki, it is just the three of us now, and there's some bad news. Remember how I said we were done with reviews? I lied.
That's
I'm fine
not
with
surprising.
Yeah, I got two more.
I mean, I'd be happy to continue just doing them throughout this entire next following month. The rest of this month and next, I'm good with that.
No, I need time off. I can't stand you people. Next game to talk about is Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion. Code provided to us by Square Enix for the purpose of this review. Developed by TOSE and Square Enix. Published by Square Enix. Released December 13th on Xbox One, Series X and S, Switch, PS4, PS5, and PC for $49.99. Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion is a remaster of Crisis Core, featuring updated graphics, combat systems, and soundtrack. Follow the tale of soldier operative Zack Fair as he discovers the secrets of Shinra's dark experiments. Aki, what is going on in Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion?
Okay. And this, you play as a young Zack. And I guess I should point out for everyone listening to this, I've never played a Final Fantasy before Final Fantasy X, so I don't have rose-colored glasses when it comes to this.
Yeah, you're jumping in fresh on these.
Yeah. So you're playing as a young Zack, and he is just this hyperactive little puppy as far as I'm concerned. And he wants to be a hero. And he is part of this soldier program where, you know, he fights in wars and fights against monsters and so on and so forth to protect Shinra. And a whole bunch of the other soldiers suddenly just leave, which I'm pretty sure they're not allowed to do. But and they're headed by these first-class soldiers, the strongest of the strong, who take them with them and have effectively betrayed Shinra and attack you. So you have to go and you have to fight them, and they kick the crap out of you because you know they've been doing this significantly longer than you, and you start off as a second-class soldier. Which means you're significantly weaker in every conceivable way. The graphics are really good. Combat it's kind of in the air. The same for leveling, making different things, making your magic power stronger, and getting things like increased magic health and AP. Or is it SP? It's one or the other, which is basically your stamina. Because all of those things revolve around this very weird, basically slot machine system. When you're in combat, every handful of seconds, slot machine basically turns. It's only one line, and it takes some of your soldier points away. 10 to be exact every time it spins. And you're not going to run out of them. I don't care how long you sit there, you're never going to run out. And with each one of them, they have a number 1 through 7, as well as a different image on each one. Each image responds with one of the, or represents, not responds, represents one of the characters that you meet throughout the game. And if you get 3 that have the same face on it, you get to use a special overdrive attack, which has a chance to level up one of your magic abilities that you have equipped. It might give you an increase to your hit points, magic points, and action points. Or it could even level up your character based on the numbers. And it just does it kind of at random. If you get all 7s, Zach levels up once.
So level ups in the game are in, like, everything's RNG in this game?
Yeah, basically. There is a push in the game for leveling to be a little less RNG, but it is still RNG. There is experience you get in the game for killing enemies, but you don't get to see it. And they even specify in the tutorial, yes, experience exists. No, you cannot view it. After you get so much experience, because you can just build it up for forever if you want. But the more experience you have, that would put you over the next level up. The more likely it is to roll 3 7s to level you up, but everything else is random. You can get different accessories, and I believe even some materia, which is the magic abilities you have. I believe you can get even one of those that will increase your likelihood of getting certain characters to show up more often, but it's all RNG. So basically, you have your basic, like, you can cast magic like Fira and Fire and Thunder and Thundera, Blizzard, Blizzera, all that other stuff. You can cast all that using your magic, but things like Octo Slash and things like that, which are like the big powerful attacks, you only get when you get a specific character with their portrait showing 3 times on the slot machine. Each character has their own little overdrive that you use when 3 of them show up at the same time. For instance, Seth Ross is the Octo Slash or Octo Blade, something like that. So when 3 of his face show up, you can use it. You don't have to use it right away. It actually just sits there, and depending on what the number is next to his picture, determines how strong that ability is. I've seen it go anywhere from a level 1 to a level 5. I don't know if it goes higher than that. I would assume so, since there's 3 numbers and the highest they go up to is 7, so I assume there's at least a level 7 version. I'm not entirely sure, though.
Here's a question with the whole slot machine mechanic. Do you control when you stop the slots, or is it entirely predetermined by the game, basically?
It's predetermined by the game.
I didn't know if it was like some slot machines where you control when it stops, and if you're good enough, you can actually, win the slots based on memorizing what the rolling slot is and hitting the proper timing. But bummer.
Sadly, no. But it goes the entire time you're in combat. Obviously, you can end combat fast enough that it can't roll even once, which I've done a lot of, especially recently in the game. But it rolls it every 5 to 10 seconds. It rolls again, and a lot of time you're going to end up getting nothing and just wasting your soldier points. but then eventually you're going to get a special ability, and generally they're going to either do a lot of damage to an enemy, if not outright kill one or more. Some of the abilities only target one person, some target everybody, some target just a random selection of them even. So yeah, when you defeat enemies, though, at least thankfully you still get, you get your XP that you don't get to see, but you also get money. You get more soldier points to put back into the slot machines, as well as occasionally they'll drop some items that could be useful. And yeah, it's the whole slot machine thing. I'm kind of torn on it because it's interesting, and when it's going in your favor, it's really fun because you might pop out like 3 or 4 really hard, heavy-hitting attacks right in a row and just wreck everything. And then there's other times where, it might
you just can't get
be
a good
there
roll
for a minute and you have nothing. It's helped me in a lot of fights that quite frankly, I'm far under-leveled for, but decided to do because why not? Because in this, it's not like, from what I gather, Final Fantasy VII Remake is. This is much more mission based. You don't really get to explore much in this game. For quite some time, you don't get to even leave your main building, the Shinra building.
Yeah, this is meant to be nothing like Final Fantasy VII Remake, or even Final Fantasy VII, really, based on the fact that it's like a prequel side story. But are you enjoying it? Are you having fun with it? The game sits at $49.99. What are your thoughts on it? Is it something that people should be investing in?
I think so. I'm enjoying it a lot. I wasn't sure how I was going to like this since I didn't know any of that of the original game or the even 7 remake, but it's holding its own for me. I really like this Zack guy, and one of the best things in this game to me is you get to meet Yuffie as a child, and she's fantastic. She's not a main thing, but she's great, and I absolutely adore her.
Okay, you have a homework assignment over the break. You have to play Final Fantasy VII.
Unlikely, but how about
what
this?
else are you going to do, really?
Play Assassin's Creed Odyssey to completion. Yeah, I am going to 100% that game, but
no, you're not.
yeah, oh yes, I will. That's my intention.
And then they'll add
time
more
I'm
content just to spite you.
Not for Odyssey. Odyssey's done. They might for Valhalla, and that might screw me up. But hey, as is life. But yeah, I'm really hoping even more now that we get the Final Fantasy VII Remake game, just because I've really enjoyed this game. So I kind of want them to bring that game finally, so I can play it too. Like, I've always wanted to play it, but I want to play it so much more now thanks to this, because this is just so fun.
Yeah, fingers crossed remake comes sooner than later, but you never know, considering we're not getting the Pixel Remaster series. Jerks.
That kind of surprises me.
Give us Pixel Remaster on Xbox, please. I want Final Fantasy VI on Xbox.
Don't they have the original version ported to it?
No.
Oh.
This is
I just kind of assumed they had all the original versions ported.
Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is their home console, like current console debut, and nope, nothing for Xbox. So anyway, next game. It is on Xbox. It's DLC for Vampire Survivors: Legacy of the Moonspell, developed and published by Poncle. Released December 15th for Vampire Survivors for Xbox and PC for $1.99. Breaking the bank with this one. Legacy of the Moonspell is the very first DLC for Vampire Survivors and introduces a brand new stage, new characters, new monsters, new weapons to slaughter them with. There might even be some hidden mysteries for those of an inquiring mindset, but we can neither confirm nor deny the presence of vampires. Jacob, did you find the vampires?
I found a vampire. So, I know the question that's burning for everyone. should I spend $2 on one of the best games of 2022's DLC? And of course, the answer is yeah. Short answer anyway. So pretty much with this one, there are more characters for you to play as. We're introduced to a whole new area, which is very like Asian aesthetic inspired. And I've got to say, this one actually like feels like a map as you're going across it. Like there are like little mountain passages that you can walk through. Like the buildings actually feel like buildings instead of just crap repeating over and over again. There's like floor designs that actually look like labyrinths. And on top of it, we even get like new enemies with this thing. And of course, new weapons comes with it. One of my favorite weapons is a sword that you can use and eventually like level up to whatever. But one of the nice things that I found is that I was still able to beat like the Reapers that show up at like 30 minutes. And eventually the Grim Reaper just had to roll up and kill me. So even with like trying out new loadouts and stuff like that, I was still able to kick everyone's ass.
Fall into the abyss.
The new survivor that I got to play as, like, he's got a ton of health, and was just pretty much running around kicking everyone's ass. But yeah,
Carnage, thank you for the raid. Falling into the abyss.
So anyway,
I can't help but laugh at that sound effect. It is so stupid. Yeah. Anyway, Vampire Survivors. This game is terrible, isn't it? Like, who likes this game?
I don't know anybody that likes this game. Like, there's definitely not any of us who are addicted to it. Definitely had it, like, you know, we're playing it instead of games that we were supposed to be reviewing.
We didn't all,
you know,
even massively
installed
discuss
on our
it earlier in this episode.
Yeah, like, we definitely didn't just, like, you know, load it onto our phone, so, like, when we're away from our Xbox, we could still be playing the game. Yeah, nobody did that. So
cloud gaming.
Well, yeah, but I also right. I meant the app.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
what an awful game, really. I mean, it's so bleh.
Yeah. I mean, what else are you going to do in it? Survive vampires?
I mean, I want more vampires. Clearly that's the biggest problem with this game is there's not enough vampires.
Well, there's really not enough survivors because you like, unless you've got it going on endless, like, you know, 31 minutes is kind of the time limit for these things. So nobody really survives.
Have you made it to 31?
Oh yeah. I've made it past that.
How?
Wait, what do you mean how?
How do you make it past 30?
You have to upgrade a bunch of your weapons and stuff like that. And you have to have like the right stuff. And then it freezes like the Grim Reapers in place and stuff like that. I've had 5 of them like ganging up on me and stuff like that and trying to kill me.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Lady McGreet said use the time lance, you can kill death. Didn't know you can do that. That is amazing.
Yeah, so what you have to do is like you have to upgrade the like the thing that freezes everyone, like the time lance or whatever. You have to upgrade that, the garlic. I upgrade the Bible, like into Dark Vespers or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I do that.
We don't need to discuss that. We need to discuss the DLC. Is the DLC worth getting?
Yes, of course. Well, I thought I already made that clear.
Well, I have to ask officially at the end of the review.
I already said it at the beginning of the
review. I know,
review.
But I still have to
ask. Spend your $2. No, you don't. Now we're just wasting time.
Anything else you want to say about Vampire Survivors?
I mean, you should buy it if you haven't already, and you know, buy it for all your friends who don't own it. So,
and for some reason you're not sold on this after everyone has raved about it constantly. It's on Game Pass. Just try the game.
Yeah, but the DLC is not on Game Pass, so yeah, but that's
the
$2.
DLC's $1.70 on Game Pass.
Apparently this Jordan fellow can't afford it, so Carnage needs to cough up those $2.
Oh man. Anyway, final bit of business for the year on this show. What?
Hold on. You didn't even announce that I resubscribed.
God, you resubscribed.
I did. I'm now on a 3-month streak. You're welcome. You're welcome. Announce it, Joe. Announce it.
Thank you, Jacob, for resubscribing with Prime.
There you go.
Your 3rd month.
You're welcome, Joe. Anything to help you out.
So, one final bit of business. Thanks to our friends at Outright Games partnering up with us and branding us ambassadors of the brand and their program. We are going to take a look at all 10 of their releases from this year. Just going to be quick wrap-ups. We're not going to go full deep dives on 10 games here, so don't worry about it. Jacob, you ready to go through these? Aki, are you going to chime in on a few of them, maybe?
I did. You gave me a list of a lot more than 10.
I just gave you a list of all of them ever.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, but we're
I can chime in very little.
We're going to focus on the 2022 wrap up, and then a couple of other favorites from previous years we'll pepper in at the end. But Ryan's Rescue Squad, Jacob, what did you think of this one?
I mean, it was better than I thought it would be. I mean, it's not bad. It's a fine game for kids, but I don't know. Sorry.
I was going to say it's a lot better than I expected, but I appreciate that there's sound options in there to shut the kid up, because if I have to hear another one more time,
another one,
I'm going to lose my mind with this game. But it's definitely a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I think this one is a solid try it for the
I mean, it's on Game Pass.
Is it? There you go.
I thought it was.
Probably.
Isn't
a lot of them are.
Okay. I don't know. I thought it was. I know one of the Ryan's games is, at least.
I don't know. Hotel Transylvania Scary Tale Adventures. What did you think of this one?
I haven't fired this one up yet, but I'm looking forward to it. I specifically requested this because my kids enjoyed the minigame collection for Hotel Transylvania 3. So this one, I know my kids are going to be looking forward to.
Nice, and you'll be streaming that on your channel over the break. So if people are bored and they need something to do, check out Mr. Freight on Twitch and then question your life choices. My Little Pony: A Maritime Bay Adventure.
So this one, honestly, out of like the regular platformers that Outright releases, actually, like, I don't even know if I'd call it a platformer because it's really like a 3D just adventure game. My kids are hooked, even though they still like fool around and don't complete half the stuff that they're supposed to. They really just like running around as the different ponies. But honestly, it's pretty solid. You know, like the puzzles aren't too challenging, so like even my 5-year-old could do it as long as he actually like does what he's supposed to in the level. But yeah, like I was pretty pleased with this one, especially like since we got it for $20 when it was on sale over at GameStop.
Yeah. Yes, I have this one sitting on my shelf still. It's cute. It's My Little Pony. I like the 80s My Little Pony, but this one's cute too. So if you find it cheap enough, it's worth grabbing.
I'm not as much of a fan of I mean, first off, I'm not really a fan of My Little Pony. My kids like it, but so I've watched some of it too. I don't really like this. Like, I mean, the new show's fine, but I liked Friendship is Magic better. But, you know, whatever.
DC League of Super Pets, The Adventures of Crypto and Ace. What are your thoughts on that one as I drop a Steam code for it in our chat for all the people hanging out?
Honestly, like, I thought that this was a pretty lackluster release, unfortunately. I found the gameplay to be slow, not particularly exciting, and fairly repetitive. And also I
couldn't get comfortable with the controls either, whether standard or inverted. It just, nothing felt right to me.
It just felt like Crypto or, you know, Ace the Bat Hound, or they're just moving around like a tank in the sky. And it's just like,
That's a shame.
for like every like couple of levels that were very ho-hum, like all of a sudden there would be like one part that like would just like, it ramps up the difficulty so much, and it just felt like it was doing it just to do it. Like it never felt natural. It was just like, oh, there we go. I don't know. I really wasn't as much of a fan of this one as previous outright titles.
Yeah, I wasn't digging this one too much. This one didn't click with me, but the next one did. DreamWorks Dragons Legends of the Nine Realms. I think this might be among the best they put out last year or this past year.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I had actually reviewed that for this show. My only real issue with it is that it was very grindy when I was playing it. Now, I haven't gone back to see if like they've updated it and like balanced out the game a little bit, but honestly, gameplay wise, it was solid. It's just you just got to keep going back up, like upgrading your dragons, finding the other dragons, upgrading their stuff too, and it's just, as I said, it's grindy, but it's not bad.
I have a question.
What's up?
Have you watched the movies or the TV show?
I've watched the movies.
Okay, does it have that kind of art style?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, then I'm much more.
I mean, so is the
interested.
TV. The TV shows
the
did
TV
too.
show is significantly worse looking.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's because they don't have a like a theatrical release budget, man. And to be fair, I have watched some of the TV shows too, because there's like a little kiddie version of it too, and it's it's something like Dragon Rescue or something like that. My kids love the movie that they did for it, and I think the lyrics are kind of, somebody really just wanted to rhyme things. I don't know, but anyway. It's weird some of the stuff as like when you become a parent that you end up having opinions about.
Okay.
Cool. Paw Patrol Grand Prix. Jacob, what do you think?
Honestly, it's pretty solid as a kid's racing game. I do appreciate the fact that there is they make it easier for the littlest kids. So like even if they're not pressing on the gas, like the car's still moving forward. And because my youngest, he's now much better at kart racing games, but he would have had an issue with this game like even last year. But yeah, like honestly, it's pretty solid for a kid's kart racing game. Now, if you're into Mario Kart, you're gonna find this very lacking. But then again, also I don't know why Mario Kart fans would be going after a Paw Patrol kart racing game.
Very true.
But honestly, like for what it is, like it's not bad. I'd recommend checking it out. And this one is on Game Pass, so yeah.
Do you know if they addressed the issue yet where you need 4 profiles to get the 4 player achievement in this game?
I thought they had. If not, they're aware of it and they were going to work on it.
I didn't get to fire this one up. I downloaded like a dozen of the outright games to play over the past week and a half. And I didn't get to Paw Patrol. I tried. No. There were just so many.
You should check it out. I mean, like it's pretty good, and they did just release DLC for it, extra tracks.
Oh, did they? There you go.
Yeah.
I played it when it first came out. I haven't played it recently, so I know you're excited to talk about this next one. You've been hyping this one up all week. LOL surprise!
Which one?
BB's Born to Travel. Jacob, tell us about that one.
So I honestly wish I could have recorded myself and my 2 kids trying to play this game together. If anything, just recorded the audio, because seriously, getting the 2 of them to efficiently work this kitchen was like herding cats. So pretty much the LOL surprise game at its core, it is a clone of the Overcooked series. And what you're doing is that you're putting together like the little LOL surprise ball things. But I think it's also food at one point. It's kind of hard to... I couldn't really figure out what it was going for. Because sometimes it seems like you're just putting together the balls. Other times you're definitely cooking food, but whatever. Anyway. So like when it initially started, I'm playing with my kids and it is just absolute chaos. And eventually, like, I have to like pause the game and I'm like, put down your controllers. This is how this is going to work. And then, like, I had to like point out, like, all right, this station is here. This station is here. This station is here. And the game's tutorial does line that up. And I do like the fact that it makes you run through everything. Like each person who's playing, they all have to run through all the different steps before you can really get it going. I really do like that, just so it makes sure everyone's on the same page. Everyone knows how to do stuff. But as soon as you get into the kitchen, it just, it immediately falls apart. And I eventually had to be like, Sam, you're going to be doing this. Silas, you're doing this. I'm going to be here. And like, we're going to get this stuff done. And even then it was still like, stop going into his like area. Like,
well, stop, you enjoyed this one?
I mean, I enjoyed it as a fan of the Overcooked series, like, because I thought it was like a nice, diversion from that. The LOL Surprise like toy line, though, I'm not gonna lie, like the dolls look weird to me. I apologize, MGA. I follow your CEO on LinkedIn. I think he has a lot of interesting things to say about the toy industry, but your dolls are really weird and they kind of creep me out.
Cool. Augie, I know you could chime in about the next one, Star Trek Prodigy Supernova.
Fantastic. I loved it.
Yeah, honestly,
characters were real fun.
Yeah, honestly, I thought this is my favorite outright game, probably. Period. Yeah, like it was written well. Like the gameplay was pretty good. The puzzles weren't too difficult. And I do like the fact that there is some replayability. And eventually, we're supposed to get like add-ons when you buy the toys whenever they come out. So that's pretty cool. None of the other outright games that I saw have that, which I thought was kind of interesting. Nice.
So that is definitely an up on their year. How about JoJo Siwa Worldwide Party?
Oh, gosh. This is another one of the, like, where I went in knowing not a whole lot about the media property. And I tried listening to her music, and I was just like, I know she's famous, but I don't know for what. And I tried listening to some of the music, and I was just like, oh, no. But honestly, like, the game itself is a pretty solid platformer for kids. Like, it's just like it's not like an endless runner. Like, however it's kind of like Doritos Crash Course, except for JoJo fans. And honestly, it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Like, it's not going to be anybody's game of the year, but it was fine for what it was.
Okay.
Nice. One final game of theirs for the year. I know you were talking about this in your game of the year wrap up. Bratz Flaunt Your Fashion.
I beat this game on Twitch as part of being an Outright Games ambassador, and a total of 5 people watched me beat it.
Thankfully, I was not one of them.
I'm sorry for all of them.
Well, Carnage is in chat, so you can share your feelings for that too. Yeah. So pretty much like this one, you just like. You take the Bratz girls, like they go around the world, like they're I don't like. It's kind of like Barbie. You're like, they're journalists. They compete in the X Games. They're fashion models. They're singers. They find lost puppies. They love smoothies. Like, they get their makeup and hair done. Like, it's all that kind of stuff. As long as you don't question the feasibility of everything, you're kind of okay. I will say this: I was really impressed in the Seoul level over in South Korea, because there was South Korean like all over the place. And like I held up my phone with Google Translate just to see what it did, and honestly, everything was like pretty close approximations to like what they were saying it was. So, I mean, it wasn't like they were just throwing out like random Korean letters. So I was kind of, honestly, I was impressed by that, which I feel like is a weird thing to say in 2022. But, not everybody does their homework.
Yeah,
but honestly, like it was it was fine for what it was. Like, I mean, again, like the 37-year-old men who are going to be playing this are either playing it for review purposes, achievements, or
with their kids.
You know, yeah, we'll hope for that. But yeah, so I mean, like,
so overall,
we are not the age mark or the target demographic for this.
No, but it sounds like overall Outright had a pretty solid 2022. Not much in the way of duds, I don't think. It just overall solid kids games. I think some of the pricing could go down a little, but licenses can cost money. I know that. So, you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Some other favorites I wanted to mention over the past years from Outright. Jumanji is a solid one.
I haven't played that yet.
That's a solid action game. Transformers Battlegrounds.
I reviewed that one. That was solid too. Yeah, it was. I'm a big fan of the Addams Family game.
Yeah, and we are giving away a copy of that in our chat right now. If you hit !enter, you can enter to win a Steam copy, and we'll be giving that away later on in the coming minutes. But yeah, Addams Family was pretty solid. Last Kids on Earth and the Staff of Doom, I thought was a pretty good one.
I haven't tried that one yet.
You should.
That's on Game Pass though, so
there you go. My friend Peppa Pig has gotten a mix of like praise and like memitude this year. It's like it plays like a Peppa Pig cartoon. It looks like a cartoon. It's basically a playable cartoon. I think kids are gonna love it.
Yeah, I mean, Silas, my youngest, he really enjoyed it. I mean, I played through it all. I accidentally left my Xbox running when I was playing it, so according to True Achievements, it took me 23 hours to 1K the game. But
so that sounds accurate for you, yeah.
But yeah, honestly, like it was a pretty fun, like mindless, like game, and like I liked seeing like all the different like variants of stuff that you could do in it. And my kids enjoyed it too. So that's always a plus. And there is a sequel coming out next year.
Nice.
How easy are these games to 100% for all the
some of them are really easy. I mean, like Peppa Pig, like it takes like 2 hours max. You know, Bratz, that's like maybe 4 or 5 hours, maybe. JoJo isn't that bad either. But then there's other ones like Paw Patrol. The movie Adventure City Calls. That one is very glitchy with its achievements, and on top of it, it doesn't provide tracking for like how well you've done on certain stuff, and so you just have to keep going over and over again until you're sure that you've hit every single thing.
I think that's something Outright can work on in general as a company, is to make sure that games that have achievements that would sensibly have tracking should have tracking.
That would be nice.
Like
but
anything
even
with collect this number of
can't
things.
Manage that.
More people need to use the tracking. The features are there. Put them to use.
Yeah, please.
Aki, I know you enjoyed the Ben 10 games and Troll Hunters.
I haven't played those, but I want to play those because I like the series.
What are you talking about, Ben 10 or Troll Hunters?
Both. I like the series of both.
Okay. I was going to say, I had played Power Trip. I got the original one to stream over the Christmas holiday.
How is it?
Is it the Christmas holiday yet?
Well, I didn't know if you meant this Christmas holiday or if it was a prior one.
No, it's for this one. I haven't gotten to it yet. But I had played Power Trip. I reviewed it for the podcast. I liked it. Nice. I mean, little kids could have issues with it because you're given this big, huge map. And
I don't care about little kids. This is for me.
Fair.
I really like Ben 10. That was like my teenage years. I loved Ben 10. It was great.
Jordan in chat saying that they enjoyed Ugly Dolls, which I believe that one unfortunately has been delisted. So if you want to play that one, you're going to have to track down a disc copy.
Yeah, that's true.
The ones I'm interested in are both Ben 10 games and now the DreamWorks Dragon games, because now I know they look more like the actual movies.
Well,
and
there
the
is
Troll
a
Hunter
2-pack that you can buy of the Ben 10 games
Ooh,
that has
I might get that.
both of them.
Yeah. And then Troll Hunters and Transformers, and obviously the Addams Family, or else I wouldn't have tried to join the thing to get it. So those are the ones I'm really interested in, just because I like the IP that goes with them.
Oh Lord,
So
but yeah,
hopefully
that's
they're good.
And Jacob, any other outright games you want to shout out before we wrap this up for the year?
Honestly,
No, good. All right, final.
Hey. The first two. Oh yeah. Also, Cruel Scoot got delisted, as Carnage just pointed out. But I will say this: the very first two Paw Patrol games, I highly recommend if you just want a quick, easy 1,000 points, and you're just looking for something chill where you don't actually have to think about what's going on the screen. Like there's no timers, there's no death, there's no whatever. You just roll, you just run around and you collect dog treats the whole game. And so, yeah, like no thinking required, if you get what I mean. So
Nice.
Proud of you.
I'm not, but we can pretend like I am.
No, we know.
Okay. Good.
All right. Well, that is it for this year. We are done. We are finished. Big thanks
Yay.
to the two of you for being here and gutting this out till the end. Big thanks to Tim, to Kris, Pernell for being on, hanging out. Big thanks to Grant for coming on, spending time with us. Shout out to Brooke, who's been doing her Activision stuff all week long, but has been with us in spirit. Thanks to all of our listeners who have stuck with us all year and listened to us all year. And we look forward to making you laugh and smile and curse at our news in 2023. And music, we're going to wrap up with one more holiday track from my Christmas song library. I don't know what the hell I'm going to pick yet, but does anyone have any final thoughts or final words before we end the show?
I've done really good today. I haven't cussed a single time yet.
Yes, you have.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You did it before before Joe started recording.
That doesn't count.
Oh, so not on the show. As I said, I'm proud of myself.
Okay, and final Jacob, any final thoughts?
No.
Okay, anyone have any final words?
Have a good year, everybody. Or apparently not.
Did you shudder?
Yes, I didn't like it. Stop it. I hate that noise.